Sometimes I ask you, and then I ask you over again. You only answer, perhaps, perhaps, perhaps. If you can make your mind up, we'll never get started. And I don't wanna wind up being parted,
sea. That like the swelling of the sea lies a mystery, brings me back to you. We put round our walls Someone up on that wall is just gonna spend the night with my girl. That's what I'm talking about. That's why I'm gonna blend this child, the wall between reality and fantasy. Sometimes so small and not so tall. The wall between reality and fantasy. Sometimes so small and not so tall. I've looked into your eyes, and they should make me feel so bright, satisfied. The only thing I've learned is just to fall and fall and fall. The wall between reality and fantasy. Sometimes so small and not so tall. The wall between reality and fantasy. Sometimes so small and not so tall. Sometimes our life is strange, and it seems you gotta do it all by yourself to arrange. Sensations never fail. That's why my soul I never sell. The wall between reality and fantasy. Sometimes so small and not so tall. The wall between reality and fantasy. Sometimes so small and not so tall.
desapareció. En mí aparecerá. Creyeron que murió, pero renacerá.
the dance floor. We are like those two mirrors steaming in the rain. We are those two lovers holding each other's hand. Dream with me. Dream with me. Rattlesnake charm on the dance floor. The dance floor. The dance floor. Rattlesnake charm on the dance floor. The dance floor. The dance floor. Rattlesnake charm on the dance floor. The dance floor. The dance floor. Rattlesnake charm on the dance floor. The dance floor. The dance floor. What you thinking of? What you do and what you think you can do? What you are, what you do. Looking at it.
It's my love with the rise, women through the ease, like a man on a Sunday drive, sniffing the tears, sniffing the tears. If you don't love me now, sniffing the tears, sniffing the tears. Like a man on a Sunday drive,
para despertar, un jardín de pan y de poesía, porque puestos a soñar, fácil es imaginar esta humanidad en armonía. great love can be. The sweet love story that is older than the sea. The simple truth about the love he brings to me. Where do I start? Like a summer rain that cools the pavement with a pink leather shine. He came into my life and made the living fine, and gave a meaning
Laisse-moi zoom zoom zen dans ta Benz Benz Benz. Quand tu pointes ton bumper, ça me rend dingue dingue dingue. Laisse-moi zoom zoom zen dans ta Benz Benz Benz. Quand tu pointes ton bumper, ça me rend dingue dingue dingue. Girl, t'es sexy, viens voir Co-City. Original Ragaman dans la ville de Paris. Girl, t'es jolie dans ton Versace. Viens t'amuser avec un DJ top celebrity. Et c'est one bouge, carré sur le groove. J'aime les girls, surtout quand les girls move. Move up, rough comme une louve. Bouge ton corps de la tête aux pieds. Et là je t'approuve, c'est move up. Girl, want ton body. Montre-leur que t'as pas peur d'exciter tous les bandits. One comme une vipère, si t'as le savoir-faire. T'inquiète pas, y a pas de galère, je le dirai ni à ton père ni à ta mère. Ondule comme un ver de terre. Jette-moi dans les yeux ton regard de panthère. Laisse-moi zoom zoom zen dans ta Benz Benz Benz. Quand tu pointes ton bumper, ça me rend dingue dingue dingue. Laisse-moi zoom zoom zen dans ta Benz Benz Benz. Quand tu pointes ton bumper, ça me rend dingue dingue dingue. Ouais, vas-y, Joe, explique-leur. Ça se passe à l'arrière d'une Merco. Benz Benz Benz, ouais. Du côté de Saint-Denis, baby, je te garantis qu'il y a des dingues de dingues. T'es ma mire, je suis la flèche que ton entrejambe attire. Amour de Lufia, on vivra en nos troupes, toi et moi. Mais ce soir, faut que ça brille, faut qu'on enquille. Je veux du freestyle, je veux que tu réveilles, que tu stimules mon côté bestial. Pompe, baby, monte sur mon scène Saint-Funk. Je te la ferai façon, je t'en... Putain, y'a que ça qui me rend jonque. À ton contact, je deviens liquide. C'est comme un trou intemporel. Bouge ton corps de femelle. Regarde le long de tes hanches, je coule. Ondule ton corps, baby, ouais. Ok, ça roule, je deviens insaisissable à ton contact. L'air est humide, c'est comme une étincelle dans ton regard avide. Laisse-moi zoom zoom zen dans ta Benz Benz Benz. Quand tu pointes ton bumper, ça me rend dingue dingue dingue. Laisse-moi zoom zoom zen dans ta Benz Benz Benz. Quand tu pointes ton bumper, ça me rend dingue dingue dingue. Laisse-moi zoom zoom zen dans ta Benz Benz Benz. Quand tu pointes ton bumper, ça me rend dingue dingue dingue. Laisse-moi zoom zoom zen dans ta Benz Benz Benz. Quand tu pointes ton bumper, ça me rend dingue dingue dingue. Laisse-moi zoom zoom zen. Ça me rend dingue dingue dingue. Laisse-moi zoom zoom zen.
to wipe out our race. The devil's in their mind and greed corrupt their heart. Power has them sick like a poisonous dart. 2000's not enough, they want 200 more years. But we no longer yield with long conquer fears. Brainwash, it's a serious thing. Pressuring my people, yeah, in your world of sin. Brainwash, it's a serious thing. Pressuring my people, yeah, in your world of sin. Oneness our only strength, there is no greater for us. Got no love in your heart, Zion will be close for you. Speak the truth, live good and burn out Babylon. You got to know yourself and where you're coming from. The devil's in their mind and greed corrupt their heart. Power has them sick like a poisonous dart. 2000's not enough, they want 200 more years. But we no longer yield with long conquer fears. Brainwash, it's a serious thing. Pressuring my people, yeah, in your world of sin. Brainwash, it's a serious thing.
close to my fire. Baby, it's cold when you're gone. Don't make me wait too long. Whenever you're near, I have this feeling you're making me weak. I'm a believer, so strike a match and set me on fire. Watch it burning, flames getting higher. You light me up, sweet old desire. So won't you come close to my fire? For you are my tempting delusion. You're melting it down. My resolution. I can't escape. Can't say I'm trying. You say my name. Oh, I can't hide it. So come on, sugar. Don't slow it down. I won't stop craving till you come around. We can't deny it. You're right here at home. The air is waiting. You know I want you to strike a match and set me on fire. Watch it burning, flames getting higher. You light me up, sweet old desire. So won't you come close to my fire? Ain't no need to tell me, boy. Ain't no need to tell me, boy. Because I know I want you to strike a match and set me on fire. Watch it burning, flames getting higher. You light me up. Oh yeah, yeah. You light me up. Oh come on, I say you light me up. Sweet old desire. So won't you come close to my fire? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
You said this isn't working, got to move on. You may be right, perfection, this is not. But what's the perfect love like? A flower or a flame? You got something you want, everything, and never what you got. 'Cause how many times can you fall in love? How many loves make a life? Sweet Thinking how many times, how many times, how many times can you fall in love? But how many loves, how many loves, how many loves make a life? How many times, how many times, how many times can you fall in love? And how many loves, how many loves, how many loves?
Skip to the bit, my darling. Oh, you look so pretty there. Keep on skipping and keep on bipping. Everybody just step in time.
Skip to the bit, let your backbone slip. Take a little trip. When you skip to the bit, don't be so hip. Take this little tip, let your spirit rip. When you skip to the bit. Skip to the bit, let your backbone slip. Take a little trip. When you skip to the bit, don't be so hip. Take this little tip, let your spirit rip. When you skip to the bit.
That's right, skip it, son. It's like that. Let it go, boy.
Skip to the bit, let your backbone slip. Take a little trip. When you skip to the bit, don't be so hip. Take this little tip, let your spirit rip. When you skip to the bit.
22 rifle. The Easy.
Another voice inside, speaking words to me, making sound for my ears. I'm a mountain old and high, sleeping under the moonlight, 'cause you know I'm blue. As the side of your heart is good to me, is good to me. My silent breathing in your heart is healing. There's no other way to get inside. Do what you like, boy. Love me for real, and it's only shaking in my heart. As the side of your heart is good to me, is good to me. Another voice in mind, another voice inside, speaking words to me. I'm a mountain, old and high, blue as the sky, blue as the sky. As the side of your heart is good to me, is good to me. Another voice in mind, another voice inside, speaking words to me, words to me, words to me, Lord. Speaking words to me, words to me, words to me now. Speaking words to me, words to me, words to me,
broken wings and learn to fly again, learn to live so free. And when we hear the voices sing, the book of love will open up and let us in. Take these broken wings. Baby, I think tonight we can take what was wrong and make it right. Baby, it's all I know. That's your half of the flesh and blood that makes me whole. I need you so. So take these broken wings and learn to fly again, learn to live so free. And when we hear the voices sing, the book of love will open up and let us in. Yeah. Let us in.
Le soleil passe son bras par la fenêtre. Les chasseurs à ma porte comme les petits soldats qui veulent me prendre. Je ne veux pas travailler, je ne veux pas déjeuner, je veux seulement oublier et puis je fume. Déjà j'ai connu le parfum de l'amour, 1 million de roses n'embaumerait pas autant. Maintenant une seule fleur dans mes entourages me rend malade. Je ne veux pas travailler, je ne veux pas déjeuner, je veux seulement oublier et puis je fume. Je ne suis pas fière de sa vie qui veut me tuer. C'est magnifique.
cherches quoi? Rencontrer la mort. Tu te prends pour qui? Toi aussi, tu détestes la vie. Dans sa chambre, Joël et sa valise. On regarde sur ses fringues, sur les murs des photos, sans regret, sans mélo. La porte est claquée, Joël est barré.
É só isso, não tem mais jeito, acabou. Boa sorte, não tenho o que dizer, são só palavras. E o que eu sinto não mudará. Tudo que quer me dar é demais, é pesado, não há paz. Tudo que quer de mim, irreais, expectativas desleais.
That's it, there's no way it's over. Good luck, I have nothing left to say. It's only words, and what I feel won't change.
Tudo que quer me dar
Everything you want to give me, it's too much, it's heavy.
Tudo que
There's
quer
no
de mim,
peace. All you want from me isn't real expectations.
Mesmo se segure, quero que se cure dessa pessoa que o aconselha a um desencontro. Veja por esse ponto, há tantas pessoas especiais.
Now even if you hold yourself, I want you to get cured from this person who advises you. There is a disconnection. See through this point of view. There are so many special people in the world. all you
Tudo
want,
que quer me dar
everything you want
é
to give me.
demais, é
It's too much,
pesado,
it's
não
heavy.
dá mais. Tudo que
There's
quer
no
de mim,
peace. All you want from me isn't real expectations. Now we're falling, falling into the night. Falling into the night.
Bom encontro é de dois.
Now we're falling into the night.
Into the night.
Falling
Falling That boy's got my heart in a silver cage. Why can't you want me like the other boys do? They stare at me while I crave you. I walked into the room dripping in gold. Yeah, dripping in gold. I walked into the room dripping in gold. Dripping in gold. A wave of heads did turn, or so I've been told. Oh, so I've been told. My heart broke when I saw you kept your gaze controlled. Oh, I cannot solve. Why can't you want me like the other boys do? They stare at me while I stare at you. Why can't I keep you safe as my own? One moment I have you, the next you are gone. Rehearse steps on an empty stage. That boy's got my heart in a silver cage. Why can't you want me like the other boys do? They stare at me while I crave you. It's true, I crave you. Crave you. It's true, I crave you. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Crave you. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Let's just stop and think before I lose face. Surely I can't fall into a game of chase. Around his little finger, that boy's got me curled. I try to reach out, but he's in his own world. This boy's got my head tied in knots with all his games. I simply want him more because he looks the other way. Why can't you want me like the other boys do? They stare at me while I stare at you. Why can't I keep you safe as my own? One moment I have you, the next you are gone. Rehearse steps on an empty stage. That boy's got my heart in a silver cage. Why can't you want me like the other boys do? They stare at me while I crave you.
Good afternoon, all. If you'd make yourselves comfortable and take seats, thank you so much. Hello, my name is Nina Friedman, and I am privileged to be a part of the corporate philanthropy team here at Bloomberg. We are so happy to have both in-house and people on Zoom to welcome you to today's Lunch and Learn, where we will hear from two extraordinary lawyers, Casey Smith and Godfrey Blackman, who have worked with two Bloomberg nonprofits on voting rights. We are at a pivotal moment in our nation's history when too many chapters of our democratic society are being challenged and rewritten. Today, we are truly delighted to have the opportunity to come together with our partners at Proskauer Rose and Equal Justice Works to address the right to vote and the preservation of that right. Casey Smith, an Equal Justice Works Fellow, class of 2022, is being hosted, I think she's coming down the pike here, being hosted at the ACLU Voting Rights Project, where she focuses her expertise and passion on criminal justice reform, voting rights, and electoral participation. Casey is working on mounting the first nationwide affirmative effort to mitigate the criminal and immigration consequences of attempting to cast a ballot. She is contributing to the defense of individuals and wrongfully prosecuted folks by voting and she is doing amazing things, and I need to be able to say that. She is contributing to the defense of individuals wrongfully prosecuted, if I can get it out, for voting and building capacity among defense and immigration lawyers to represent people charged with voting unlawfully. Godfrey Blackman is an associate in the Labor Department at Proskauer Rose and is a member of the investigations and whistleblowing practice groups. Godfrey was, until just 2 weeks ago, Proskauer's NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund Fellow. The firm created a fellowship for one of their associates to work directly with the LDF on strategic matters focusing on eliminating and achieving racial justice and equality. Both of our wonderful young lawyers, I'm young by just years of service, will be joined in conversation with Greg Farrell from Bloomberg News. Greg is an author and investigative journalist covering legal news involving financial companies across this country. Bloomberg is committed to supporting organizations that are fighting for justice throughout this country, and together with our legal and compliance pro bono program, Bloomberg is creating a real tangible impact to people and communities that need their voices heard. We can do that because of partners like Proskauer Rose. Before we start, I want to introduce our incredible partner, Bill Silverman from Proskauer, to help us set the stage a bit for today. Bill is a partner at Proskauer, responsible for leading Proskauer's global pro bono efforts, which provide assistance to individual clients and nonprofit organizations in litigation as well as transactional matters. Bill focuses on identifying and securing pro bono opportunities and partnerships for Proskauer lawyers and ensuring widespread participation in these projects. We at Bloomberg have been lucky beneficiaries of Bill's reach and welcome to our legal team into the pro bono space when we built our program. Throughout his career, Bill has dedicated himself to the promotion of equal access to justice throughout pro bono service, particularly in the era of family court, anti-trafficking, and immigration. Bill has been recognized for his outstanding public service, and outside of his work at the firm, Bill continues to generously serve on various committees and nonprofit boards. Bill, are you here? Thank you, Bill. It is my pleasure and honor to welcome you to the mic.
So this is not in my prepared remarks, but I must rebut the introduction. So I gave them a couple of suggestions, I think in 2015 or 2016, and then you went on to build a better pro bono program than we have. So I'm not sure how much credit we can take. So welcome everyone, and thank you so much for being here. Over the next 5 minutes, I'm going to review 135 years of voting rights history. And I think history is important, but that's not the real reason I'm standing up here. I actually just want to acknowledge what I think is a very special pro bono relationship between Bloomberg and Proskauer. Over the past 5 years or so, working together, we have helped veterans, we've helped immigrants, we've helped victims of hate crime, we helped establish a medical legal partnership, we help unrepresented litigants in family court, and there's much more. I think this work really shows the very vital role that the private sector plays in securing equal access to justice. And I really also think that this partnership between a law firm and such a great company is a model for other companies and law firms across the country. And on a personal level, I really like coming to the office and grabbing snacks. Okay. So if you had to teach American history in a single graph, I think this is it. This is, just bear with me, this is the US popular vote for president as a percentage of the total population, okay? So in the beginning of our history, a very small percentage of the total population voted for president. Why is that? Well, you had to be a white male, you had to own property, and in some states you had to be a certain religion. And then as you can see over time, the percentage increases, right? The amount of people who could share in the freedom of our country increases. And the other point I would like to make is that it's not a straight line, although there is progress. And this only goes up to 2012. If you extended it to today, this 42% would be 62%. So the last election cycle was also an increase. So I was looking for a quotation that would sort of capture this graph. The best thing I could come up with was a quote from John Lewis, the legendary civil rights leader and congressman. And he said, you know, freedom is not a state, it's an act. It's not some enchanted garden perched high on a distant plateau where we can finally sit down and rest. Freedom is the continuous action we all must take, and each generation must do its part to create an even more fair, more just society. I think that's the essence of American history. I think it's the essence of pro bono work and why we do it. And, you know, the need for continuous action to preserve freedom for all Americans. Okay. So, yeah, all right. So we're going to get into a little bit of history here. This is the most intense slide that we have, so again, bear with me. The 15th Amendment to the Constitution abolished slavery. During Reconstruction, which is the period right after the Civil War, there was dramatic progress. That all came to an end in the election of 1876, which I'm sure you all recall from school. Rutherford B. Hayes from Ohio was elected president. It was a contested election. He was up against Sam Tilden, the former governor of New York. Tilden got 51% of the vote, but Hayes, in this contested election, was elected president on the condition that he withdraw the troops from the South. And this is really one of the tragedies. Again, everything I say is kind of my opinion. I just keep that in mind. I'm not a historian. This is one of the tragedies of American history because following this election, they withdrew the troops from the South. There was an increase in violence and intimidation, and the ideology of white supremacy took many forms, including segregation of railroads, public schools. We did away with the institution of slavery, but we didn't address the underlying white supremacist ideology. And part of this was restricting the vote. So during Reconstruction, 90% of black voting age men were registered to vote, which is remarkable. By 1892, only a handful of years later, that was down to 6%. So it went from 90% to 6%. And that was accomplished through various measures like poll taxes and literacy tests. And again, you know, people debate whether if President Lincoln hadn't been assassinated, you know, would things have been different? Because, you know, in his Gettysburg Address and other speeches, he said to the effect that it was important that, quote, the dead shall not die in vain, that this nation shall have a new birth of freedom. But that obviously didn't happen, and whether things would have been different had he not been assassinated is hard to tell, given the heritage of slavery and the deep-seated prejudice. But it may have been better because things really didn't improve until 1965. In 1965, the Voting Rights Act, and again, we're skipping through history pretty quickly here, but this is one of the most impactful and important pieces of federal legislation in our country's history. It prohibited racial discrimination in voting, it banned literacy tests, and this is really important. It established a pre-clearance process for certain states, certain former Confederate states, before they can make any changes in voting laws. Why is this so important? And the panelists will talk about this, because when you put in restrictions to voting, it takes years to challenge it. And in those years, there are elections, and you can never sort of redo elections. So by having a pre-clearance process, states needed permission before they would impose restrictions, and it had a tremendously positive effect on people's ability to vote. So in 1965, and this is crazy, right? 2 years before I was born, less than 7% of adult African Americans in Mississippi were registered to vote, in comparison to 70% of their white counterparts. A year after passage of the Voting Rights Act, that number jumped to 33%. Today, it's 78%. The other thing I want to mention about the Voting Rights Act is that it was nonpartisan. There was broad support from both parties, Republican presidents, Democratic presidents. There was a sense that this was important. Unfortunately, today, and this is sort of beyond the scope of this PowerPoint presentation, voting rights have become a partisan issue. And when I first started doing this work, it was never considered to be a partisan issue. Now, for some reason, just wanting everyone to have an equal opportunity to vote is considered partisan, which I think in and of itself says something not so great about how things are going. All right, we're almost done. I have to mention this case. Again, just my opinion. This case is my least favorite, one of my least favorite Supreme Court cases of all time, because it gutted a very important provision of the Voting Rights Act. It did away with this pre-clearance process that I was talking about, where states had to get permission before they could make changes, because the court said basically that the formula was outdated, that a lot of things have changed, right? There's a lot of progress, and we can't rest on this outdated formula. Well, in the box on the lower left-hand corner, from 1982 to 2006, the Department of Justice blocked 700 proposed voting changes, and another 800 were modified or withdrawn, meaning that, how outdated is it really when all these efforts were at least tried and failed? And I think one of the questions for the panelists is, now that that provision is gone from the law, what do we have now? What are we seeing in terms of restrictions and the ability to fight those in court? And one of my favorite quotations of all time is from Justice Ginsburg in dissent. She said, "Throwing out the Voting Rights Act when it has worked and is continuing to work to stop discriminatory changes is like throwing away your umbrella in a rainstorm because you are not getting wet." And I think that says it all. Now, when I said that, I immediately thought of this amazing Bloomberg umbrella that I once got from an event here. And I'm telling you, I still use it. It can take any amount of wind and rain. It just came to mind, so I'm going to mention it. They're going to take me off the stage in like 2 minutes. All right, so today we see a lot of voting restrictions. I'm not going to mention them all, and the panelists will talk about them. Some of them are the result of an intent to restrict voting. Some of it is just a result of incompetent management, because every state handles elections a little bit differently. And it's resulted in a little bit of chaos and in a recent effort really to suppress votes. So we'll hear from the panel, and I think one question we want to hear from them is, why do we make it so hard in this country to vote, and what can we do about it? So I think my 5 minutes are more than up. So I'm going to bring in our moderator, Greg Farrell, and our panelists, Godfrey Blackman and Casey Smith. Thank you so much for listening.
Let you guys go over there. Well, thank you for that fantastic introduction, and it's great to see such a big crowd here. And yes, Casey and Godfrey are here because they've been in the front lines. They've been fighting all throughout the country, largely in the South, but all throughout the country to basically, impede this ongoing effort to, incrementally, clamp down or prevent certain groups of people from voting. And they both know a lot about the entire subject, but they also have particular areas of expertise. And Casey, if you don't mind starting off and talking about the work you've done in Georgia, and particularly starting with disabilities and people with disabilities, and how their right to vote has been, practically speaking, restricted.
Sure. So my name's Casey. I'm an Equal Justice Works Fellow at the ACLU. I believe that's been said, which means I'm there for 2 years working on voting rights. I'm grateful to Bloomberg and Proskauer for making that possible. Voters with disabilities across the country have received kind of pretty little attention in the fight over voting rights, but we often see huge barriers to their participation, such that, voters with disabilities. And every election, unfortunately, turnout rates several percentage points lower than the rest of the population. So one way we're working on that, we have an ongoing case in Georgia challenging Senate Bill 202, a law that was passed in 2021 that was about 100 pages long, added any number of restrictions to voting in Georgia. Most recently, we've been asking the federal court in Georgia to block 2 provisions of that law on the basis that they violate the requirement that voters with disabilities can equally access the voting program. So we're asking that the court take away restrictions on who can help someone with their absentee ballot, returning their ballot, and also take away restrictions on how you can return your ballot in a box outside of your county.
Can you give us some details about how this affects people with disabilities? Like what are some practical things that have happened?
Yeah, so the law says that the only people who can help you return your absentee ballot are your family members or your caregivers, and for some people that makes it entirely impossible. So if you don't have a family member who lives in your town, or you don't have anyone you consider your caregiver, like one of our witnesses, for example, her name is Empish Thomas. She's 51 years old. She in 2020 voted with the help of a friend who was sighted. She's blind, and then in 2022 she had to drive, well over 45 minutes, up to an hour to go vote in person because now she can't have her friend help her. She would need to have a family member, and her family doesn't live in town. So that's an example of how that restriction makes the voting program just completely impossible to access just on the basis of having a disability. And so, yeah, really grateful to have gotten to work on that challenge and work with, disability rights activists like Mish Thomas.
Right, so you're part of a group that's, actively contesting this law in Georgia.
Yeah, exactly. And I should add too, it makes it a felony to give that kind of assistance. So if you imagine, how scared people would be to provide that kind of help if they know they could end up in prison or fined, thousands of dollars. It's a pretty big chilling effect.
So Godfrey, I think you've got you could say something similar about what's going on in Florida. But first, there are likely to be questions here. We will reserve 10 or 15 minutes towards the end here, and also for those of you tuning in via Zoom to pose some questions. But same thing, Godfrey, what can you tell us particularly about Florida, where you've spent some time?
So I was seconded with LDF, and I was the attorney lead in Florida.
So LDF is?
The Legal Defense Fund, the NAACP's, formerly the NAACP's Legal Defense Fund. So our focus this legislative session was on returning citizens, who are folks that have felony convictions or criminal convictions, who are now returning to society and trying to get back into the process of voting and getting back to their life. So like Bill touched on, one of the issues in Florida is that it's extremely disorganized. So these folks, they come out, they come home, and they get a letter from the state that says, here's how to register to vote. And then they vote, and now they've been arrested for voting. And so recently, I think it was in August of 2022, is when they first started doing the arrests. And those are for people who voted, I think in 2018 was when they voted. So it's 4 years later, and now they're being arrested for something that they didn't know they weren't allowed to do. So in Florida, basically, the issue is that there's not a centralized system that tracks when people come out of prison and are now returning to society. They can't figure out whether or not they are permitted to vote. And one of the issues is that in 2018, there was a large, you probably remember, there was a large initiative where by a vast majority, people voted in order to let returning citizens have the right to vote back. Before that you weren't yet. And so in 2020, the Florida legislature decided that they didn't like that. So instead they passed new restrictions that said, okay, fine, you're allowed to vote, but you have to make sure that all of your fines and fees are paid off. And there's not a centralized database that tracks fines and fees. And if you're late, you get interest, and the interest is held by a different organization than the original fine is held with. If you went to more than one, if you have convictions in more than one jurisdiction, then you have to figure out what all those fines are. There's not a place to do that online. So the system is very difficult, and then they tell you you're registered to vote, and you can vote, and then you vote.
Yes, but that sounds like it takes a long time to do, a lot of energy, which I think, Casey, you were talking about beforehand, and Bill mentioned too in his remarks, that you can challenge some of these restrictions, but one of the problems is once the Voting Rights Act was basically undercut 10 years ago by the Supreme Court, is that it takes time, litigation efforts, you two guys going out in the field and trying to make things happen. This takes months and years, and in the meantime, lots of people have gotten out of the habit of voting or are scared of voting, et cetera. In fact, let's go to intent. I cover, as Nina said, white-collar crime, and one of the difficulties in prosecuting white-collar crime is you have to prove intent. Not just that someone ended up with money they shouldn't have had, but that this was an intentional, like an insider trading case that's going on now, that this was, malice aforethought. And it sounds like that's not present here, that some of the restrictions that are being placed are, it sounds like, felonies or criminalization of what could be an honest mistake. Have you come across that?
Yeah, I think in almost every case that we've come across like this, the person had no idea that they were ineligible to vote or that they were ineligible to register to vote. And they maybe hear from the state, oh, you should vote, or they hear from a group that's getting out the vote and they're excited to participate or something like that. And then years later, as Godfrey alluded to, they'll find out that they weren't eligible, and then they'll end up actually prosecuted and threatened with a prison sentence. We have a client in Texas whose name is Crystal Mason, who was sentenced to 5 years in prison for trying to vote in 2016 via a provisional ballot when she didn't have any idea that she was ineligible. And so she's still facing that conviction. We've challenged it on appeal. We're waiting for a decision. But if you can only imagine, like I was saying before, the effect on other voters, knowing that that's possible. Are you going to risk going to vote if you see someone in your community or your family, threatened with going to prison over voting? So that's why this is such a big, not just issue for the individual voters, but an issue for our democracy and for political participation.
Yes, and Godfrey, I think you mentioned to me that, and it was with returning citizens, but other cases where the fine print contains a pretty serious threat, that if there's anything wrong.
Right, so in Florida, the way it works is you sign on your ballot when you're voting. There's an affirmation that says that you are eligible to vote. And the law criminalizes, the way they're arresting people and trying to convict them is that the law criminalizes lying under oath. So you signed your ballot, and your ballot is 2 pages long, and it includes an affirmation that says, I'm eligible to vote, I don't have any of these restrictions. You sign it, you submit it, and now you've perjured yourself, and it's a crime.
Right,
yes.
Exactly.
Right.
Wow.
And if I could add one thing to that too,
yes.
The voter registration form in Florida doesn't even say what you have to do to be eligible. So if you're a returning citizen, not only are you kind of subject to this train wreck of a system that Godfrey was talking about where you can't find out, but if you go to register, you have no heads up essentially that you're not allowed to vote or that you should be looking into it more. So that's a subject of one of our lawsuits as well, the content of the form itself, which doesn't really give people that kind of information.
So while we're on the subject of Florida, home to one former president and home to an aspiring future president, what can you tell us about some of the efforts that under Governor DeSantis have taken place to enforce or enact this? I think you mentioned, when we were chatting about this earlier, that there's a task force of some kind down there that enforces this.
So it's called the Office of Election Crimes and Security, and they have their own separate police force, which is tasked with determining whether or not anyone has committed a crime of voter fraud, and then going and arresting these people. So far, I think they've made around 40 arrests. Demographically, the majority of the arrests are black people. And one of the other initiatives that happened, so in
It's a special voting police force?
Yes, just for voting.
Voter fraud police force, okay.
The Office of Election Crimes and Security, they have a very big budget that they didn't spend last year, and they just got an even bigger budget this year. So hopefully they don't spend it, but. And one of the other big things that happened this year is that Florida pulled out of ERIC, and ERIC.
What is ERIC?
So I don't know the acronym off the top of my head right now, but in 2019, Florida joined ERIC, and that's for the purpose of, it's for different states. It was up to, I think, 30 states. We're sharing information from the DMV, from deaths, that track whether someone has died, someone has moved out of the state. So you move from New York to New Jersey, you now register to vote in New Jersey. New Jersey shares that information with New York, says, hey, Godfrey's no longer in New York, he's in New Jersey now. You can go ahead and pull him off the rolls, or he's deceased, you can go and pull him off the rolls. And now—
It seems like a positive thing,
Right.
a national database so that—
of sharing the information. Yes. And in 2019, DeSantis sort of like lauded the participation. The Secretary of the Secretary for the Department of State said, this is great, our supervisors of elections have wanted this for a long time. This is gonna be a great way to pull people from the rolls. It's gonna make elections a lot safer. And then this year they decided that it's partisan for some reason, and that they no longer wanna be involved.
So, and several other states have also pulled out of it.
Yes, seven other. Right?
It doesn't work as well. Yes, go
Well,
ahead.
yeah, and I guess just to tie it back to what Godfrey was talking about earlier, you have a new voting police force to supposedly crack down on voter fraud or election irregularities, while also kind of taking away one of the measures that did exist to help maintain voter rolls and keep them up to date. And so it kind of just shows that, again, that this Office of Election Crimes and Security is a measure designed to intimidate voters and not actually designed to solve any real problem.
Yes, and as a practical matter, having covered bureaucracies and law enforcement for many, many years, if you start a new organization that's designed to find a certain kind of fraud, that's their business. They have to produce that, so they go do it. It doesn't necessarily mean it's there. I remember when I was covering the Enron task force, and a defense lawyer asked me, well, you see these guys are all motivated to find something. They can't go back empty-handed and say, you know what, it really was just some honest mistake. I do believe crimes were committed at Enron, but that whole idea of you can create a task force and entrust it with something, you cannot come back empty-handed. So, Mississippi, Bill mentioned Mississippi at some length in the introduction, and Casey, can you tell us about what you've been doing there?
Sure, well, just to take a step back a little bit, Mississippi is one of a handful of states that have recently passed laws that also criminalize other ways of participating in the voting process. So it's usually already a crime to, try to vote when you're not eligible. So we're seeing states over-enforce those laws, but now we're also seeing new laws. So making it a crime to return someone's ballot, making it a crime to register someone to vote if you don't meet certain requirements. So Mississippi this spring passed a law called Senate Bill 2358. That law makes it a crime to help someone by returning their ballot unless you are a caregiver or a family member of the voter. So it's kind of similar to what we're challenging in Georgia. So that measure hits voters with disabilities especially hard because a lot of people rely on that kind of help when they're voting absentee. Maybe they can't reach their mailbox, maybe they live in an institution where all mail is handled by someone else, or people who are incarcerated might rely on staff of the institution to take their mail for them. So all of those people are at risk of having their voices silenced in upcoming elections in Mississippi if the law is not enjoined. So we've challenged that as well. We were in court most of the day yesterday asking for the court to stop the law before an upcoming election in August.
Wow, okay. Godfrey, you were talking before when we were in the room in back about ballot harvesting, which has a common meaning or interpretation as something nefarious and bad. Tell us a bit about your efforts in that area.
So
what state is doing what there?
So again, in Florida, this last legislative session, they passed another one of these 100-page long voting suppression, voter rules change bills. And a large portion of the focus of this one was on community-based voter registration organizations or third-party voter registration organizations, the folks who set up the tables, go to schools, wherever, and register people to vote, where 2 years ago, the aggregate amount that you could fine these organizations for either returning ballots late or having some procedural issue wrong with their ballots was $1,000. Last year, they raised it to $50,000, and this year it's been raised to $250,000. And Casey said before, it's one of these things where it's a solution in search of a problem. The state hasn't identified any reason that the $50,000, even $1,000 wasn't enough to, dissuade people from doing things incorrectly. So not only that, but they also have created a receipt requirement. So every time you register someone to vote, you have to get a receipt from them, but also they added in a provision where you're not allowed to collect any information, but they've set up a separate rulemaking. Later on, they'll make rules about what information you're allowed to collect so that you can actually do the receipt. But right now, you need to give the receipt. They've shortened the amount of time that it takes to return. You have to return the ballots that you've collected. And if you miss that, then it's these fines that start with $500 a day for every late ballot up to the $250,000. And even though individuals are allowed to register to vote online, these organizations can't use that online platform. So they have to do it by hand. And they can't pre-fill out any of the ballots, otherwise that's another fine. Right. So they've really come down to really make it difficult.
And in terms of a central drop-off point, some people used to use churches.
Right, so one of the big things is that organizations will, it's Sunday, you bring your ballot to church, you drop it off, then the church will then go and deliver it for you, but churches really can't withstand, these sort of financial penalties, right? So it's one of these things that we feel is chilling these organizations from going out and registering people. And in Florida, these organizations, I think it's registered 1 out of every 2 Black people, 1 out of every 3 Hispanic people, and 1 out of every 8 white people.
So let's talk about Georgia a little bit more, insofar as Georgia was a very important state in the 2020 election. We have now two Democratic senators from Georgia, and there's been a lot of attention paid to efforts to try to change the results in Georgia in 2020. First, with the backdrop of what Bill was saying about the 2020 election, because of COVID, Casey, what can you tell us briefly about voting, the ability to vote in 2020, unlike years gone by? What happened?
Yeah, in 2020, there were a number of measures made to make absentee voting easier. A lot of people were voting by mail during the pandemic, so the state was mailing people their ballots. They were creating mobile voting units, basically, that go around and let people vote in different areas in their community. And then we saw kind of like I was talking about before with Senate Bill 202, the legislature saw that Black voters had increased voter participation and that voting was more inclusive that year than it had been, and then immediately took steps to kind of roll all of that back and go back to a worse system than they had before. So the new bill, in addition to the measures I was talking about before, that the assistance restrictions, the restrictions on the boxes that voters use, it also it shortens the window for returning your ballot. It makes early voting shorter. It makes a runoff election come sooner after a general election. All of those just make it a lot harder for people to vote absentee. It makes it a lot harder for people who rely on early voting, which can be because maybe you have a job that gives you limited availability to go to the polls. And so all of these measures that make it harder, they hit people in poverty especially hard. They make it especially difficult for Black voters to participate, in addition to the effects on voters with disabilities I was talking about before. So that is all part of our ongoing case where we've asked for the court to issue relief against some of these measures before 2024.
Very good. So let's turn to the Supreme Court decision. Bill mentioned the infamous decision 10 years ago about Shelby, but there was an interesting decision last week where an unusual majority of justices, I think, invalidated or told the state of Alabama that gerrymandering that they had done to basically contain most of the Black vote in one area, instead of allowing them to be drawn in such a way that they have 2 seats in Congress and not 1. And you feel free to fill in some details on this. Is that significant?
Extremely. I'll let Casey take this one, but I know that, for example, we just did some election protection in Duval County, Jacksonville, Florida. And so it's the first time there was a map that was struck down as being, cracked too much. So they redrew the lines in the county. And so this has been the first election since the redrawing of those lines, and where we saw the Democrat win for the mayor and the county appraiser and the city council seats in a district that has been redrawn to be more balanced.
Jacksonville, Florida.
Jacksonville, Florida.
Okay.
So we're hoping that in other states, now it's clear that this provision of voting rights act has been upheld, that things like that, more fair elections will take place.
Casey, over to you.
Yeah, sure. So the decision last week in Milligan was a case where plaintiffs had challenged the maps that Alabama put into place as violating the Voting Rights Act as a racial gerrymander. So the Voting Rights Act prohibits states from discriminating based on race in the redistricting process. There was a lot of, so back in 2021, the trial court in the case had issued a really detailed ruling striking down Alabama's maps on the bases you were talking about. So there were 7 congressional seats. Only one of them was where Black voters would have an opportunity to elect the candidate they prefer, even though about a quarter of Alabama's population is Black. So it wasn't a representative map. The trial court said that map violates the Voting Rights Act. It issued hundreds of pages of fact-finding explaining that decision. And then in 2022, the Supreme Court came in and stayed that order. So it allowed that map to be used in the 2022 midterm elections. So the voting rights community, usually when the Supreme Court steps in to stay an order like that, it means they're going to hold on to that and they're going to come in and kind of change the law, basically. Otherwise, why would they have, undercut that decision from going into effect? So we got a bit of a surprise last week that was very welcome, in that the Supreme Court, when it issued a whole ruling on the case, said, actually, the trial court was right. The Voting Rights Act is constitutional in this part, and is a strong remedy against racial discrimination still in the gerrymandering process. So it's a very welcome decision. It will allow our other cases that are challenging similar maps in Louisiana and in Georgia, that they dilute the opportunity of Black voters to elect their representatives, to hopefully go forward and potentially get better maps in place for future elections. I think it's also a decision that should be understood in the context of a lot of losses in the voting rights space. It's not a decision that makes the law better. It just reaffirms that the law we have is still kind of the playing field. So I think it's a win, but a win in the context of a lot of losses in this area.
So I guess going back to what Bill said at the start, pointing to the election of 1876, and the person who did not win the popular vote did win the electoral vote, and that was an anomaly that was not repeated for more than a century, and then it's been repeated twice in this century. But that, leaving that, the Electoral College to one side, the concept of equal representation, one person, one vote, seems to be very much in play here. I think we have a number of state legislatures that are, as you said, like in Alabama, that was federal, but at state level, which are dominated by one party, which doesn't necessarily reflect the general attitude, or the general political positions of the electorate. And I don't think there's any interest in this country of going to a European model, a parliamentary model of, percentage, but it does seem some of these restrictions that are coming up are playing into and leading to distortions of representation. I hope we'll get to that in the Q&A, but it does seem like we're seeing this over and over in terms of various states. Speaking of Q&A, are we there yet? Yes, I think so. Okay, so we have, for those of you here at Bloomberg, we have a couple of people with microphones who I think will go around if you've got, we have a question right here, perfectly. And also, those of you watching via Zoom, feel free to send your questions in, and someone who knows how to operate that will make sure it gets asked. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nancy Cutler, and I lead the corporate philanthropy team here at Bloomberg, so thank you so much for being here and for the great work you're doing. My question as a non-attorney and someone who lives in New York City or New York is, what can we do, what can individuals do beyond supporting the incredible work? I'm upset to have you here today. I want you to go back to Florida, go back and do the good work. But what can we do?
Into Florida?
Yeah, I'm living in Florida. What can we do as individuals who aren't attorneys?
I guess I had one thing I wanted to suggest, which is that we've talked a lot about the winnowing back of the Voting Rights Act today. There is proposed legislation in Congress called the John Lewis Voting Rights Act that does need to be passed in order to get back some of these protections. So putting back in place a version of the pre-clearance process that would prevent a lot of the harms we've been talking about. So I would say, call your representatives and tell them to support the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. And of course, register to vote, register your friends, and you know, yeah, vote.
All of those things. I guess if you are interested in doing something more nitty gritty, one of the things that we did at LDF is election protection. So for instance, we had volunteers from anywhere, usually state specific, but if you're here, so you can volunteer to go to Florida or any other state. There's lots of these coalitions that have these election protection groups. So you'll go there, and one of the things that we would do is just monitor the election. And that is either staying at one polling place or going to multiple polling places. And what you're doing there is just ensuring that the proper procedures are taking place and that nothing inappropriate is happening. So one of the things we look out for is, you know, unnecessary law enforcement presence, voter intimidation at the polls, ADA issues to make sure doors can be are propped open or can be opened with a closed fist, making sure that they're drive-up ballot delivery boxes in places where it's appropriate. There's also something called vote canvassing. So it's just a procedure where they count the votes, and being involved in that procedure and making sure that it's not overly partisan, that the rules are being properly followed. And that's something that you can do. You find one of these organizations, you just take a flight, go down, and try to give back a little.
Yeah, I would really underscore too that you don't need to be a lawyer. That's how I got into voting rights myself, was like being a poll watcher in North Carolina and kind of like advocating with the officials there. And when you need the organizations that do this will set you up with a hotline, so you can always call and you'll get, God forbid, someone from our field on the phone to kind of help work out the law side. But you can do it as a non-lawyer, and it's a really great way to get involved.
Yes, and to be clear, this is not volunteering for a political candidate. Just the opposite. It's just to make sure it's
to make sure everyone can vote.
That's very important. Do we have other questions here? Yes. I'm sorry. We'll get to you. We have a young lady back there, and then this gentleman afterwards.
Hi, my name's Isabel, and I'm an intern here, and I've for many years actually done that exact role of being an election clerk at elections, and it's both the voters and the people working at polls who face intimidation. I've faced arrest for doing that. Some of this, I imagine, is a waiting game, and I go to school in Texas, by the way, for clarification. My accent doesn't give that away, but is this a waiting game? How long should we expect to wait for these changes to come into play? And in the meantime, how can we protect ourselves and encourage other people to work at the polls? Because part of the problem is we don't have enough of them. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I do think a lot of the lawsuits that we've been talking about can take years to be successful. You know, they require going to trial or waiting for a court to issue a decision. So, I mean, I can't give you a kind of a deadline by which everything that we've talked about will be kind of sorted out in the courts or whatever else. But a lot in our field is happening kind of in the lead up to the 2024 election. I think we're asking courts across the country to stop some of these laws before then. So hopefully a lot of change on the horizon if some of our arguments win the day. But again, it goes back to what Bill was talking about, where it used to be that under the previous regime, you know, states didn't get to just put these laws into place for election after election. They had to be cleared. Now, you know, you have to wait for litigators to do our jobs and courts to do their jobs before some of these laws and maps can be struck down.
And that takes time.
And that takes a lot of time, yeah.
So thank you for that question.
Hi, thanks so much for coming to talk to us. My name's Justin. I am a summer associate at Proskauer. Casey, you talked a lot about having to speak with or having to work with grassroots activists. My question is, do you ever, you know, get the experience that there is mistrust between grassroots activists and, you know, people who are coming into this work? Maybe they perceive you as an outsider or skeptical of your interests or motivations. And if so, how do you build credibility with communities like that?
That's such a good and thoughtful question. I would say yes and no. I mean, I a lot of times end up calling people out of the blue and say, oh, I saw in like a discovery document or something that you maybe had a voting issue, you know, you want to talk about it, and not everyone is going to say yes to that. Like a lot of people, I think, want to cast their vote and call it a day. But I am really, really grateful, I think, to a lot of our plaintiffs and fact witnesses who are just really eager to get involved. You know, being a part of a lawsuit's not easy. You have to be willing to be deposed by the other side, which can be up to 7 hours sitting in a room waiting for, you know, a lawyer to ask you really weird and intrusive questions. It can mean like going to a court hearing. So I personally think I understand when people don't want to talk to me or get involved in a court case like the ones we've been talking about, because it is a huge burden. But given that, I think the number of people that are really eager and optimistic and want to get involved is just like absolutely heartening. People are always like, isn't voting rights depressing to work in? Honestly, my answer is no, because our clients are so driven and they really are kind of doing the actual work, and we're just kind of tinkering with the rules where we can.
So Godfrey.
Built every day.
New teams, new leagues, new business models, even entirely new sports.
I never in a million years would have thought this is what my life would be like.
We set out to find what's happening and what's about to happen at the nexus of business, sports, and culture.
Getting involved from a business perspective was something that was very natural and an easy transition for me.
From the pickleball courts of Arizona,
to the kabaddi tournaments in India,
to the cornhole boards at your local tailgate. This is what's next in sports.
Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, your global business authority.
People ask me all the time, what is the key to being a really good investor? And I tell them it's to surround yourself with and work with the best investors you can find. On Bloomberg Wealth, I'm going to take you to meet the greatest investors in the world, the people that I would like to have managing my money.
Today, I would say perhaps only second to AI right now, which is AI has got so much going on and folks are so excited about it. Climate tech is the hottest area to be in.
Time now for what's going viral. Fans of the Beatles, you're in for a treat. So Paul McCartney says that we can expect to hear one final song from the British pop group. And he's crediting, guess what, artificial intelligence for the help. In an interview with the BBC Radio 4, McCartney said that the song was made using a demo with John Lennon's voice and will be released later this year. And Ed, what's interesting, I was lucky enough to be at Glastonbury this time last year. Paul McCartney was performing. And at that time, he performed alongside, virtually, John Lennon. And that was using an isolated Lennon vocal at that time. So already they were using machine learning.
It's called AI to do demixing. So this was a demo tape that Lennon did on a cassette before he died in 1980. He gave it to Yoko Ono. Yoko Ono gave it to McCartney. And all the AI does is isolate the voice. And so in interviews, McCartney's talked about how it's so exciting because tracks that they never quite finished and now can finish are available. But he's also admitted it's kind of scary if you think about it. Give infinite life to something that wasn't quite done at the time.
And there is them working with the artists, right? A lot of the other anxiety has been around copyright issues, has been around deep fakes and really how the business and industry navigates that. AI just keeps on giving us new areas to contemplate, and we love it that it's in music at least. Wow, that does it for this edition of Bloomberg Technology.
Yeah, big show. So much to recap, so don't forget about the podcast. Spotify, iHeart, this is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Daybreak Europe.
Good morning, good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome to Bloomberg Markets. China open.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
And welcome to Balance of Power. This is Bloomberg. The top names in climate change are on Bloomberg.
I want everybody committed to the kind of action that we need. We have a global emergency now. You know, we're still putting 162 million tons of man-made global warming pollution into the sky every day, using the sky as an open sewer. That's trapping as much extra heat as would be released by 600,000 Hiroshima-class atomic bombs exploding every day. That's what the scientists tell us, and the data shows it. That's crazy. That's why we have a third of Pakistan underwater. That's why we have the historic heat wave in China. Nothing comparable to that ever. That's why the heat records are broken every year. And we're seeing an increase in the flows of climate refugees crossing international borders that are due to vastly expand unless we take action to solve the climate crisis.
Nobody covers climate change like Bloomberg, your global business authority. Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders. From the wizards and capitals to new ventures and innovative investment, running a sports empire in Washington, D.C. is a monumental task. Owner Ted Leonsis trusts CFO Peter Bichet to execute monumental sports and entertainment's financial game plan.
We are definitely in growth mode. What else can we do? How do we grow the platform?
Watch Chief Future Officer today on Bloomberg.
Welcome to Bloomberg Markets. I'm Matt Miller. We are 1 hour away from the FOMC decision. Let's start with a quick check at what's going on in the markets right now. We have the S&P continuing to rise ever higher, now at 4382. We are higher on the benchmark index than we were the day the Fed started raising rates back in March of 2022. The 10-year yield coming off a little bit as investors buy this debt, 378.42, showing the confidence that the market has in a hold, a pause, or a skip, whatever you want to call it. The Bloomberg Dollar Index coming down a bit at 1225, and NYMEX crude holding under $70 a barrel at 69.29. Katie Greifeld is with us right now, and she's got a look at how the markets are pricing in Fed policy. Katie?
I think we're going with a hawkish hold is the expectation for today. Pretty much everyone across Wall Street expects that this central bank is going to stay put at this afternoon's meeting. So let's look at the rest of the year, because this is where pricing gets a little bit interesting. So far, it looks like markets are pricing in 17 basis points of a quarter-point hike. So before we get to terminal, and then you look at what's priced in on the other side in terms of cuts. You can see we're at about 20 basis points there. So you add that together, Matt, seems like a bit of a wash. Of course, if that actually happens, we get one more hike and then we get one more cut, we're going to end up in the same place. So we'll hear from Jerome Powell, of course, himself in just a couple of hours. And what he says, what the market hears, we know that can be two different things, but he'll probably be asked about that rate cut pricing.
Yeah, I see the market, according to WIRP, is pricing in a 5.1% implied rate for today and a 5.1% implied rate for December 13th, the last meeting of the year. So it is indeed a wash, or expected to be. The Fed has certainly been topic number one across the Bloomberg platforms today. Earlier, Victoria Fernandez from Crossmark said the market might be mispricing the Fed.
I'm not so sure the Fed is done. I know that the futures is pricing in a 25 basis point hike at July meeting, but I still think they might go further. And I think the dot plot today is going to give us a good look into that. If they raise their expectations to where the IMF came out earlier this week and was putting growth expectations, then that means 2 more rate hikes at least. So we'll see what happens. I think this afternoon could be interesting.
All right, Katie, let's bring in right now Henrietta Trey's Director of Economic Policy Research at Veda Partners. Henrietta, great to have you on the program. In looking back at the 525 basis points of hikes that we've had since March of last year, I wonder how much of this, in your view, is due to all the fiscal spending that came out of the United States federal government during COVID. Is Jay Powell essentially trying to undo what Presidents Trump and Biden did?
I think you're on exactly the right track, and you guys have had an incredible program all day today. But I think there's one part that really needs to be incorporated, and that is that not only do we have record spend during COVID and the response to the pandemic under the last two administrations, but the debt ceiling deal reached a couple weeks ago sort of gives investors this false expectation that there's going to be somehow federal spending reductions going into fiscal year 2024 on October 1st. And in fact, I don't think that that's going to be the case at all. I think we'll probably, through a combination of, the appropriations bills and then these supplemental appropriations for the war in Ukraine, border spending, defense spending, disaster relief that will be necessary from the Canadian wildfires onto a potential tornado or hurricane we get in the next couple months. There's likely to be more federal spending in the fiscal year 2024 appropriations bill than there even was in 2023. So if the Fed pauses now, they are going to have to reserve the right to hike later. And that's something, or just another angle I would encourage your watchers to view, certainly what we advise our clients to focus on.
No, I think, Henrietta, that's exactly why we have you on the program. I really want to bring in this important aspect of government spending to the Fed conversation because it plays such a pivotal role. Let's get to Bloomberg economist Anna Wong. She joins us right now out of Washington, D.C. And Anna, what's your view on the Fed from here? We all, for the most part, expect a pause at this meeting, but will they have to continue to hike as, the federal government money continues to be spent in municipalities across the country?
Yeah, I think, right, as you said, everybody expects the Fed to skip today, but the question is, will they be pausing indefinitely? And our view is that I think the economic data between now and July would push toward the direction where they will have to pause in July and probably wait until September to really make a decision on whether to hike. And the reason is because, there are a couple of risks on the horizon. One is the refilling the Treasury general account that's held at the Fed. And that process where the Treasury is issuing all these bonds would drain some reserves out of the banking system in a way that has a bigger magnitude than the monthly $95 billion in QE, right? And so that's a risk on the horizon that could, tighten liquidity conditions in the next couple of months. And other than that, we also see some softness in economic data, demand. We are paying attention to Thursday retail sales, and I think where the Fed is likely as well. So we expect a pause until even in July. Well, Anna, those are the two factors, that I've been trying to make heads or tails of. It seems like, we have inflation coming down, but then there's, commentary and evidence that would support that this Fed needs to keep some optionality here when it comes to a further hike. But at the same time, like you mentioned, you do have evidence, too, that things are starting to cool down. I mean, could things potentially cool down where we actually need to see a cut? Should we be talking about a cut and not a hike? Well, I think the Fed's strategy is to hold higher for longer. They are less inclined to push interest rate really high and then having to cut aggressively later on. Their strategy is to just let the real rates do the work because, as inflation falls, even if it slows, the pace of the inflation moderation is slowing, the real rates is still going to climb and stay high for a while. So I think that's their strategy.
What are the risks? Henrietta, let me bring you back into this discussion. As we get into next year, which is, a lot of forecasters have pushed their recession expectations back to 2024. I saw that Citadel now expects a recession next year, for example. What are the risks that we start getting more spending from Congress as we head towards an election, and that kind of undoes a lot of the Fed's work?
I'm so glad you brought that up. There's this really small sort of one-line item in the debt ceiling bill that allows appropriators to delay any decisions about federal spending for next year from September 2023 until January 1st, 2024. So, in fact, what's realistically going to happen here is we're not going to get comprehensive full-year spending bills in September. We're instead probably going to get them in like the second or third week of December. And so at that point, you're going to be in a position for all House members and senators to add on spending for their pork barrel projects, for local pothole filling or bridge construction, or things that do result in federal spending that would undo anything the Fed is trying to do by continuing to hike into the fourth quarter. It's something that I think is underappreciated, just how malleable those debt ceiling headline numbers actually were and how likely we are to have to buy votes later on this year, and specifically to your point, in December, heading into the first quarter of 2024. So that's exactly the timing, and I imagine the spending will go up. If at the worst, it will stay flat, but very likely it will go up.
And just quickly, before we let you guys go, Anna, I do want to get your take on whether or not we could see some dissents today from outside of just Powell, what we might see from some of the Fed members, because this has been a fairly united Fed so far throughout really the whole pandemic, but there's been some calls that could end at this meeting.
Yeah, we are watching for two dissents, one by Governor Michelle Bowman and the second Minneapolis President Neil Kashkari. And Bowman, if she does dissent, would be the first dissent of a governor since 2005. And usually when you have mixed picture in the economy is when you have dissents. I think this dissents signify that the economy is at a turning point.
All right, Anna, thanks so much for joining us. Bloomberg's chief U.S. economist, Anna Wong, joining us, as well as Henrietta Treyz from Veda Partners for some, I think, essential government spending take as well, because this adds, obviously, to the picture immensely. It's not just about jobs and wages. Coming up, we are going to talk about higher rates from the Fed and what kind of toll they're taking on the economy. A recent survey shows that more than half of young workers in the U.S. don't expect to do as well financially as their parents. We'll have that and more after the break. This is Bloomberg.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
So Fabien, talk to me a little bit about the ocean. It covers 70% of the planet. It gives us food, it gives us jobs, it gives us, of course, oxygen. We're taking too many fish out, we're polluting it, we're making it warmer, and only 3% of it is protected. What frustrates you the most about this?
The basic frustration is our ignorance about how integral ocean is to not only our well-being, but to our existence.
And for far too long, we've been using the ocean as an endless resource in a garbage can. Imagine our planet is a three-dimensional system. The ocean represents 99% of our world's living space, about 3.4 billion cubic kilometers of volume, within which the vast majority of biodiversity lives and thrives. And that's what we're beholden to. That is what makes us possible as a species.
This is Bloomberg Markets. I'm Matt Miller. Let's get to something now that caught my eye. As we discuss the effect of higher rates from the Fed, a recent survey shows that more than half of young workers in the U.S. do not expect to do as well financially as their parents did. It also highlights the amount of people who say they're living paycheck to paycheck, about evenly split between young adult men and young adult women, 41%, 43%, meaning they're saving no money, just using everything they have to pay for rent, food, and fuel, which I think is probably going to be a familiar situation to a lot of our viewers. Here now for more insight as someone who's trying to help cash-strapped consumers, Rodney Williams joins us. He's the co-founder of Solo Funds, one of the few minority-owned community finance platforms in the country that's aiming to expand access to capital. He is out with his own cash poor report. Rodney, thanks so much for coming on the program. Thanks for joining us. I imagine that financial education is probably the key. My parents did fairly well, but never sat me down really and talked to money. And I guess that's probably the case with a lot of people out there.
I would say partly. What we're finding is that the number one concern or issue is that there just aren't options for cash poor Americans to gain access to capital so that they can kind of make their way out of that particular problem. So the lack of solutioning is probably the number one factor. In our survey, there's some interesting findings. For example, like 50% are college educated. 1 in 10 have make an annual income over $100,000 a year. The group or how we are defining this group is a bit different.
So when you look at that group that's living paycheck to paycheck, is the problem that they actually don't have enough money to put anything aside, or are they just, enjoying themselves and haven't really thought about saving for their retirements?
Unfortunately, most Americans, especially middle-class America, live paycheck to paycheck with very, very limited savings. It's a combination of our entire financial system. Our financial system is kind of predicated on the utilization of credit. So it's actually built on the overextending one's expenses for wants and needs. That basically sets up a scenario where there's limited savings, and in the event there is an emergency, it leads to bad choices. So I don't necessarily believe that it's financial literacy problem as we once have, or many reports suggest. It's really down to how our financial system is set up and how credit is exposed to middle-class America and young Americans who want and need things. That's where the root of this problem also lies.
So what do you think, Rodney, is the answer? I mean, now especially that we're focused post-pandemic on more of a work-life balance, hustle culture is not something that everybody wants to be involved in anymore. What should they do?
I mean, the answer is that we need better solutions, right? The number 1 and 2 solutions for this type of credit need tend to be subprime credit cards and payday loans. Both of these tend to hurt our communities in middle-class America. Our report shows that the average American is going to spend $1,900 in fees trying to handle this expense. They're gonna have a financial moment 2.5 times a year where they're going to need help and assistance, and the only thing they can go to is a subprime credit card and a payday loan. We need innovation here, and we need something, and that's honestly why we started Solo Funds, and honestly why Solo Funds and the Global Black Economic Forum decided to produce this report. Our number one agenda is a call on Congress to think about solutions differently, but also we think there's a big problem with the APR. We don't believe it's accurate, and we've recommending a new approach, which we call the total cost rate.
So explain the total cost rate to us, and then tell me, do you want to have a legislative solution? Do you think that these loans, that these lenders are predatory and need to be taken care of legally?
Well, there's a hearing right now down in D.C. talking about this matter. Predatory, there's more depth to the answer. This concept of junk fees is really a problem. And what I would give you a simple scenario, for example, a subprime credit card or a payday loan, most people don't pay that on time. So they incur a late fee, and that late fee compounds over time. So if you're trying to assess the true cost of what a solution like a credit card would be, you have to start to assume the late fee. But in the way in which the APR is currently calculated, it does not assume the scenario when that happens the majority of the time. So one of the biggest things about the total cost rate, it takes into account all of the costs that a consumer pays in addition to the APR to attain that loan, service that loan, and ultimately pay it back at some point in time. And that is a much more accurate measure for a consumer to assess that option, but also to assess how to avoid the problem. And we kind of have hyper-targeted that APR alongside many other legislators that agree that junk fees need to be looked at differently. But our answer is the total cost rate.
So what do you think happens when we have, for example, student loans coming back online? You mentioned a lot of the people in your survey are college graduates. Is this going to make the situation worse?
Unfortunately, it will. When you think about higher inflation, a lot of young people, they live in cities that have a higher cost of living. And what that, frankly means, if I'm a new college graduate, a graphic designer, my income is really difficult to make ends meet in a city like New York City or San Francisco, these cities have very, very high cost of living, yes, but they are attracting a higher percentage of our young people. Therefore, they need solutions to kind of create their, what I would say, make their cash flow more consistent.
Rodney, if you were, at the Federal Reserve press conference today and had a chance to ask Jay Powell a question or make a comment, what would you say?
My comment would be specifically around innovative solutions. We need more solutions than the credit cards or payday loans. We need solutions that are thinking about it differently. And I think Solo Funds is an example. But more importantly than Solo Funds is the APR. The APR is not an accurate measure of the cost of credit anymore. We need something that includes scenarios like a consumer being late or paying over time, because these are the real examples of how consumers are paying off of these paying off these debts. And if we start to measure it that way, we can really start to understand the depth of what it means to be predatory and what it means to create better solutions for consumers today.
All right, excellent point, Rodney, and I'll be fascinated to see if we can move closer towards that kind of model. Rodney Williams, co-founder of Solo Funds, appreciate you joining us on Fed Day. Still ahead, stock of the hour, insurers falling after United Health warns of rising medical costs. This is Bloomberg.
studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. 12 p.m. on the East Coast, 9 a.m. in the West. Only on Bloomberg Television, your global business authority. The top names in climate change are on Bloomberg.
I want everybody committed to the kind of action that we need. We have a global emergency now. You know, we're still putting 162 million tons of man-made global warming pollution into the sky every day, using the sky as an open sewer. That's trapping as much extra heat as would be released by 600,000 Hiroshima-class atomic bombs exploding every day. That's what the scientists tell us, and the data shows it. That's crazy. That's why we have a third of Pakistan underwater. That's why we have the historic heat wave in China. Nothing comparable to that ever. That's why the heat records are broken every year. And we're seeing an increase in the flows of climate refugees crossing international borders that are due to vastly expand unless we take action to solve the climate crisis.
Nobody covers climate change like Bloomberg, your global business authority. Bloomberg UK, your source for news and analysis covering the biggest challenges facing the UK government, economy, financial services, and markets.
Tax cuts should not be the priority. It's about a credible plan for growth over the next 2-3 years.
In this post-Brexit world, how do you see actually servicing your clients?
It was disruptive, and it's going to have implications to how capital raising works.
Now we're having the perfect storm in the UK.
Watch Francine Lacqua Thursdays at 9:30 a.m. only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe.
Good morning, good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome to Bloomberg Markets. China open.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
To our television and radio audiences worldwide, welcome now to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Markets. I'm Matt Miller. Time now for our stock of the hour. U.S. health insurers plunging after United Health warns of rising costs and a boost in elective procedures such as joint replacements. Back with us is Bloomberg's Katie Greifeld, who's been following the group all morning. And I think this is really fascinating because I guess you would have thought a pandemic is very bad for health insurers, and the end of a pandemic is good, but it seems like it was the other way around.
It's the other way around when we're talking about these insurers and we're talking about these procedures such as joint replacements, the knees, the hips. Basically, these were the type of procedures that people deferred over the past few years during the pandemic. RBC wrote that, in particular, it was Medicare Advantage patients that deferred these types of procedures. So in a way that created pent-up demand that's really being let loose right now. And specifically, that's bad news for health insurers such as United Health, because they're warning that basically their second quarter premium revenue spent on costs is going to be at the upper end of what they had previously projected. And in some cases, it could be, quote, moderately above expectations. And the reaction that you're seeing in the stocks is pretty brutal. I mean, United right now, it's down over 7%. That's the worst drop since 2020.
Yeah, and I think they're expecting, 82 to 83% payouts of premiums for these kinds of elective procedures. Still leaves them a pretty decent margin, I would think. But we also heard a warning today about bank failures. And it's interesting because it comes from someone who was prevalent during the last great financial recession of bank failures, Peter Orszag.
Yeah, this was interesting. So he specifically said that we're not out of the woods when it comes to the regional banks. Then you look at the news flow from this
Now
week.
he's at Lazard and no longer with the United States government. Yeah.
But it's interesting when you just think what we've heard from these regional banks so far this week. I mean, Fifth Third out today reduced its guidance for full year net interest income. That was today. Yesterday, we heard something similar from Zion saying that its net interest margin is going to fall this quarter. It has to to pay more to hold on to its depositors. We also heard from KeyCorp saying that it's cutting its outlook for net interest income. So again, some of the focus hasn't been necessarily on the regional banks in the way that it has been over the past few months, but still a lot of issues there.
All right, Katie, thanks so much for joining us. Bloomberg's Katie Greifeld talking to us about the insurers and adding on a little kicker about regional banks. Coming up, Bloomberg Surveillance has special coverage. The Fed decides with Tom Keene and Lisa Abramowitz is next as we prepare for the FOMC decision. This is Bloomberg.
One of the most fascinating entrepreneurs because you also started really young. What did you learn? Did you always think that you'd be an entrepreneur?
Probably, yes. I think, which is a bit sad,
From
isn't it?
age, what, 5,
Well,
6?
maybe, I'm not sure. I come from a family of entrepreneurs, so even though I probably can spell the word and still can't occasionally, it's sort of in my blood. But it's really fun starting a business. And fun growing a business. I feel it's a real privilege. And I started my business officially at 18, but I think I knew I wanted to do it very differently from about 15. But I'm sure it's, if you're surrounded by it, it feels very natural. So yes, it's fun.
And it started how? You started by you went to Florence. It was in Italy, and you started handbags.
Yeah, so I knew I was actually given a handbag by my mother when I was about 16, one of her old handbags, and I remember how it made me feel, and I think fashion is fascinating for the mood-changing, the confidence-boosting aspects, so the sort of tribal aspects of what fashion does. And so I went at 18 to Florence, knowing that was the home of leather goods, which is what interested me. I just wanted to learn, actually, and be surrounded by craftsmen who, making things is important, and that's going to be very interesting, I think, over the next sort of 10 years. I think the onshoring of craft and manufacturing is going to be fascinating, actually. I watched the offshoring. I literally saw it, and I think we're going to be seeing that coming back to local. We have to. When we're all looking at our objectives in terms of carbon, proximity is going to be key.
When U.S. jobs numbers are released, Bloomberg brings you crucial data at terminal speed and instant expert analysis. Nobody covers jobs day like Bloomberg.
It is Fed Day, a statement, a press conference. Will we skip or will we pause? The Fed decides. It starts right now.
Stay This is a special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrell, and Lisa Abramowitz. Bloomberg Surveillance. The Fed decides.
Good morning, everyone, and good afternoon as well. Morning in Asia, maybe, and here it is an afternoon. The Fed will decide. We're on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television. Lisa Abramowitz and Tom Keene. Mr. Farrow is on assignment. Did you look at the islands of Italy that get you to his assignment?
His assignment is holiday because he's not an American who always is, at work.
Would you and I have done this?
Summary.
No, we wouldn't have.
Well,
we would have fallen on the
him.
Fed decides sword to do this. Mr. Farrow's on holiday. It'll be a 3-island tour of 3 weeks duration.
well deserved.
Well, it is well deserved. He hasn't really
and we hope he has a great time. But this is actually going to be a really interesting meeting. I know you might disagree, but I personally think that this one sets up the trajectory of whether the Fed is done or whether we could start talking about significantly higher rates again now that the banking crisis appears to have waned.
Great list of guests today. You're going to stay with us for Randall Krosner here in moments. And the first question to Professor Krosner has to be what you brought up this morning, which is this idea, is it time to dissent? Is it time to be more like the Bank of England?
Is it time for people to say either one way or another that this is a Fed that should be either cutting or should be raising rates? The pause right now is we don't know, let's get more data. Well, what is going to really sway either way, tip the balance? And that's really what I want to hear from some of the Fed officials that we hear.
Let's look at the markets right now. They've been interesting through the day. We could dive into this and really go deep on the markets. We're not going to do that right now. Dow down, that's all United Healthcare, UNH, and a very oddity of the morning is the 30 stocks of the Dow are hammered by one stock. Standard & Poor's 500 giving us a nice 6 points is, well, on a percentage basis, that matters, fractional. But the NASDAQ 100 continues the bid up 0.3% on the NASDAQ 100, and I think that's germane. That's really something to watch here as we go through the ballet of the statement, the conference as well. I'm going to mention Bitcoin because Farrow's not here, up 26,000 on Bitcoin. The yield space, Lisa, and this moved off PPI and has stayed PPI-like with a move in 3 basis points on the 2-year, 4.64%. What else did you observe in the bond market?
Well, the fact that 2-year yields are lower on the day after PPI, yes, but it's also as people are anticipating this Fed pause. To me, this is interesting, especially given the fact that, to Bruce Kasman's point, you could potentially reignite risk assets in a way that the Fed would not necessarily want.
In the Christian Malik shop at J.P. Morgan, what did they do today? They lowered from $90 to $81 a barrel, and that's a statistic I'm not sure we're going to hear about in the press conference, but I got a West Texas Intermediate 69.17 south in the last hour. This is a big deal. Maybe it's an unmentionable for the Fed because oil's so volatile, a gallon of gas is there, but boy, does that feel good.
There's an uncertainty about whether this is because inventories are building due to lack of demand, lack of dynamism, or whether this is something that is idiosyncratic and sort of one of the potential ramifications of easy money policies ending. Coming up, just to give you a sense of some of the guests that we have on deck, former Fed Governor Randy Krosner is set to join us here in just moments. Deutsche Bank's Matt Lazzetti among the crew, and Julia Coronado of Macro Policy Perspectives. They'll be taking us up to the Fed rate decision at 2 p.m. Then immediate reaction from KPMG's Diane Swank, Bank of America's Michael Gapin, whose birthday is today. Happy birthday, Michael Gapin. And PGIM's really Michael Collins. And finally, breaking down that conference that will be the most important thing potentially to watch, BlackRock's Jeffrey Rosenberg and Morgan Stanley's Seth Carpenter, a really incredible list of people to parse through the hawkish pause, the hawkish skip, the jump, the hop, whatever we're going to call it.
Yeah, Rachel emails in from Indiana and says, who's the travel agent for John Farrow? We hope to have them on tomorrow on Bloomberg Surveillance about a 3-island tour in Italy. We will get to that at the time. He's been an uncommon value to us. To have Richard Clarida and Randy Krosner with us to give Fed perspective as a gift. Randall Krosner is from Chicago, where macroeconomics is to study more microeconomics, and we're thrilled he could join us from the Booth School today. Let me go to the supply-demand conundrum of the Fed right now, Professor Krosner, which is we want to have a study of demand macroeconomics, but we're still greatly affected by the pandemic. How much does the pandemic affect the dialogue on this June 14th?
Oh, the long effects of the health crisis are still with us. They're affecting the labor markets. That's why we're seeing one of the reasons why we're seeing such tightness in labor markets, because many people haven't come back in. Labor force participation, particularly among older workers, the more experienced workers, is much lower than it was before. People want to work from home. So the labor market dynamics are very different and really very much affected by COVID.
It's a dual mandate. We know that they care about inflation. That's been widely understood. Have they given up, worried about the labor part of the mandate just because we're stuck below 4% unemployment?
Well, we'll see if we're stuck below 4% unemployment. That's kind of the big debate on whether it's going to move up significantly or not, and whether it'll just move up a little bit like the Fed wants, maybe to the low fours, or once it gets going, does it continue up? So I think the Fed, I think Jay Powell has made it really clear that right now the priority is inflation, and if that means a slowing labor market, so be it, because the priority is bringing inflation down, because we don't want to get into late 70s, early 80s situation where last time inflation had been this high, interest rates were double-digit levels.
Randy, do you think that it's setting the message that their priority is inflation if they do not hike at a time when core inflation, at least if you look at CPI, is still running about 5% year over year?
Sure. I mean, we saw the CPI numbers come out. The headline came down quite a bit, but the Fed will be focusing much more on core, in particular on core personal consumption expenditure index, which is a little bit lower than the CPI because of a different weighting for housing and a few other things in the index. But it's at the very least double, or somewhere between double and triple what the Fed's goal is. I think it's reasonable for them to say, okay, we've done 5 percentage points, nearly unprecedented rate of increase of interest rates. We're starting to see a few little signs here and there, maybe a little slowing in the labor market, maybe a little slowing in inflation, some concerns about some credit contraction, particularly for small and medium-sized business. So let's take an assessment.
How important is this meeting, Randy? I mean, what are you going to be looking for, aside from just whether they skip, pause, hop, or do whatever they're going to do, and the initial projections that they have as they adjust the statement of economic projections?
So for sure, it's the skip. It'll be the atmospherics around the skip, how they characterize that. If you look back at the transcripts of the debates, the internal debates at the Fed, even during the global financial crisis when I was there, most of the time is spent on the statement. They usually get to the decision on interest rates relatively rapidly. So I think thinking about how they characterize it, I think you're right. It's probably going to be a hawkish skip, suggesting that we know that inflation is still high. We know that we may need to bring it down further, but we just want to gather some information on what's going on in the labor market, what's going on, particularly on the credit side. Because I think certainly the anecdotal reports are we're seeing a lot more difficulty in small and medium-sized business getting credit. Commercial real estate is certainly going to get hit, and we're also starting to see some bankruptcies go up, particularly in areas like junk bonds.
Randy, do you expect any dissent at today's meeting?
I think we got a technical difficulty there. Professor Krosner, if you can hear me, do you expect dissent at today's meeting?
I think there's a pretty good consensus for skipping. It's possible that someone will dissent, but it's going to, as I said, it's going to be a hawkish skip.
Randall Krosner, please stay with us. Thank you so much for the boost school, and of course, a former Fed governor as well. It is a name steeped in heritage. Our Shonali Basak and Bloomberg reports that Perella Weinberg is cutting 7% of headcount to allow for hiring of top bankers. For Jerome Powell and the Fed, Lisa, this is a headline for 2024.
The difficulty in job cuts is it's not about necessarily stripping down to the bare bones. It's about readjusting to a new normal. And I do wonder, to allow for hiring, is this just the cuts that didn't happen during the pandemic that are being sort of compensated for now? Or is this, as you pointed out in the break, is this partly to sort of allow for tech hiring? hiring for other types of hiring that perhaps weren't as needed a couple years ago.
This is Joe Perella, Peter Weinberg, and Terry Megwood. Years ago, I'm going to say, I'm pushing on, I can't believe I'm saying this, pushing on 15 years as well, and a new reaffirmation of the firm. And it reminds me of what we saw with Lazard, with the economist Peter Orszag taking over in the last few weeks.
To be clear, from this reporting, it says less than 50 people will be affected, and it talks about employees across all levels at the New York-based investment banking firm. But we saw this also just because a lot of the banks didn't cut during the pandemic to sort of keep people afloat.
For those of you watching worldwide, this is how it dovetails into the Fed decides. We had Jeff Curry at Goldman Sachs telling us new higher interest rates affects commodities. Maybe new higher interest rates affect all of Wall Street, including Perella Weinberg. It's going to be interesting to see. Red and green on the screen. SPX up fractionally. NASDAQ up more. Stay with us. This Fed decides. Good morning.
Suppose somebody is watching and says, I want to be Ari Emanuel when I grow up. What should somebody do to get into the talent agency business or the business you're in?
Well, it's hopefully what I've taught my kids. You got to be intellectually curious. You got to be, you got to show up. And you know this like I know this. I got on a lot of planes. You just, even though that voice in your head is saying, oh God, I'm so tired, I don't want to do this. You got to show up. You got to be charmingly relentless. You have to build emotional endurance because there's no straight line to success. It's kind of all over the place, and you have to just be able to work through those things. And then I think one of the things that I do every week is I try to create serendipity.
I think the Fed skips.
Skip. Definitely a skip. A hawkish skip.
Hawkish skip. Jerome Powell's been very clear about that.
The messaging around skipping is really important.
It's going to skip now and hike after that.
I think it turns into a pause. The Fed wants to preserve optionality. They have to be flexible.
You should expect the median dot to go up.
Well, we're likely to see a higher median dot.
They're going to try to signal that they're really not thinking about the next stage.
The Fed really wants to buy itself as much time as possible.
They're just going through this week by week.
Markets have to sort of wait and see as the Fed kind of digests data.
There's a risk that the Fed has to do more
work later this year.
The press conference will give us a little more detail.
It's got to be a lively press conference.
Surveillance round of applause.
Clapping. That was fantastic. Truly, skip, pause, hike, hawkish.
That's a lot of work, actually.
Yeah, exactly.
People think that just happens. That's a lot of work. But I think 3 or 4 of our interns put that together, actually.
Work to do. More work to do. It might be a hawkish pause, skip. It's not going to be a pause. But that's essentially what we've been having again and again at a time where markets are basically trying to eke out gains, a little bit of confidence ahead of this particular Fed meeting with a sense that perhaps there will be, a hawkish skip, a pause, they'll wait, but they've got more work to go. About a 0.1% gain on both the S&P and the NASDAQ. Yields lower, which I find most interesting on a day when we really are talking about the potential for the Fed to maybe have to do a little bit more if the banking crisis is off the table. 4.63 on the 2-year yield. I'm watching that go lower as the day goes on, especially after PPI. Once again, Tom, this feeling of disinflation being led by the goods sector.
Yeah, there's no question about that. In the core line in PPI, the business inflation out there, Michael McKee made clear the key line not only showed a continued disinflation, but also a revision. Thanks for watching in Sydney. Kieran in Sydney sends in, he says, I know it's a little early here. It's 3 a.m. in Sydney, but he said, I said good morning, and he's really glad that I gave some love to Asia as they watch.
Okay, let's just say we're going to be saying good morning and futures all day. So, bear
good
with us as we
everyone.
do. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Right now, let's get to it. We've got a wonderful discussion here for the next 15 minutes to drive forward. Matthew Luzetti with us, Chief U.S. Economist, Deutsche Bank. Juliet Coronado, iconic in 2008 at BNP Paribas with macro policy perspectives, and the former governor, Randall Krosner Booth, continues with us as well. Professor Coronado, I want to go to the bravery of Matt Luzetti. And Juliet Coronado, what I would suggest is Luzetti not only had the courage to say a recession, but he actually put a date on it and absolutely nailed the length, the distance that it would take to get to a recession. You nailed this in 2008. When do we finally get to some form of economic contraction?
Well, Tom, I don't think it's imminent. And I think that the labor market has just, it's just such a strong labor market and such a self-reinforcing dynamic of hiring and spending that's keeping the economy on track. I think it's at least 12 months away. Could come sooner. I think the banking situation is not entirely over. Some of the inverted yield curve, the challenges of navigating the competition for deposits, all of that could result in some tightening in credit in the next few months. We know there's a lag between when that process begins and when it hits the economy. So we could see some weakness in maybe the turn of the year, early Q1, but it certainly isn't imminent. And, I think soft landing, probabilities have edged up a little bit.
Matt Luzetti, you sat on our desk and made clear to us that a skip, a pause, whatever you want to call it, is the idea that this would be a Fed that would then cut rates. Have you amended that idea? Can we have a symmetric skip pause where we could move higher?
Yeah, actually, our baseline is that they skip today. I think you get kind of hawkish commentary throughout each key part of the statement, the SEP, and then the press conference. But we actually think that they raise rates again in July. And I think it's all about the context of the skip today. So is it that they are seeing something in the data that is causing them to think that they could stop raising rates here for some time? Or is it more being driven by the idea that they want to have a greater period of time to be able to assess the lagged effects of monetary policy and the banking sector? I think it's the latter. And I think that sets up that if you get status quo type data over the next several months, and certainly over the next month and a half, that they are likely to raise rates again over the coming weeks.
Get one into Matt Luzetti quickly. He's got to go to lunch at Berea.
I kind of highly doubt that on Fed Day, Matt. I am curious, as we heard from Julia just then talking about the concern around the banking system and particularly the regionals, how much is the Fed building in insurance that there is another shoe to drop in the small and regional banks versus markets that seem to have largely moved on?
Yeah, I think if you go back to March, my assessment was that the Fed was probably building in about 50 basis points equivalent of Fed funds rate from the credit conditions tightening. I think a key question for them has been, is it tightening that much via the banking sector and credit conditions? I think what we've seen over the past several weeks is that it's probably towards the lower end of that range. I think that's one reason why they upgrade the dot plot today, show further rate hikes, because we're not getting as much tightening as anticipated so far from the banking sector.
Matthew Luzetti, thank you so much for your time today. I know your accounts at Deutsche Bank beckon at this moment. He is the chief U.S. economist at Deutsche Bank as well. We continue with Julia Coronado, macro policy perspectives, and quickly here to Randall Krosner, of course, the former governor of the Fed. Randy, I want to talk to dissent. Lisa brought it up. We brought it up this morning as well. Can you give us an idea of what Greenspan wrought, that everybody at your Eccles building has to be on the same page, and yet over at the Bank of England, a younger institution, we can actually have a visible, raging debate? Why is that?
It's a very different structure of the committee. For example, in the Bank of England, they have external members. They have people who are not full-time board members who are there coming in, making decisions. They've made a very explicit decision to bring in people from the outside, just like they sometimes bring in a central bank governor from the outside. They have Mark Carney, who is a Canadian, not a UK citizen. So a very different kind of approach. Just imagine if someone proposed someone from Canada to be the head of the Fed in the U.S. People would just think they were crazy.
Randy Krausner, thank you so much for joining us today with the Booth School in Chicago. He is a former governor of the Federal Reserve System. Lisa?
Well, I'm wondering from Julia's perspective what her view on that is, whether we should see dissent, whether that's actually healthy and what the Fed would want to see on a day when clearly in the markets there's a vast disagreement about whether we're entering and are re-accelerating disinflation or whether inflation could kind of surge back up.
Yeah, I do think that we are in the zone where dissent would actually be a healthy sign. I think that the FOMC stuck very closely together during the pandemic and when they were doing extraordinary things with a balance sheet. And that was, a useful way of showing solidarity and clarity of purpose. But now we're in an inflection point. There are different views about risks to the outlook. Are they tilted towards still not doing enough or doing too much? And I think there is a range of views. And seeing that and revealing that to the public isn't necessarily causing a source of chaos, but rather a source that there really is a robust debate. Everything is on the table at the FOMC. So I wouldn't see a dissent. In fact, a hawkish dissent could sort of underscore that the risks are still towards higher rates in the FOMC's mind rather than to a pause or even a cut. So I wouldn't be surprised. Kashkari is a voter. He certainly has been on the hawkish side. If he dissents today, that would not be at all surprising.
There's a theory out there that the fears of a regional banking crisis were vastly overblown and that actually credit conditions have loosened somewhat over the past month, 2 months. How much is the Fed still holding on or perhaps seeing something that we're not in terms of a tightening in lending conditions on the margins in less visible markets that they're responding to by not raising rates today?
Yeah, I think that's right, Lisa. I think that they are seeing things on the ground. They're seeing conditions. We saw the weakest hands in this acute phase of this bank turmoil in March get shaken out. But that doesn't mean that a lot of institutions aren't facing very similar pressures. Again, the basic conditions are we've had a generational shock in interest rates and inflation. We've got an inverted yield curve. We're seeing more mobile deposits than we've ever seen. That's pressure on the banking system. So it's not necessarily acute, but these kinds of things tend to emerge in a nonlinear way.
Dr. Coronado, I have been preaching to people the adverb suddenly. I think it's an adverb. That things happen suddenly. You own the high ground on suddenly at BNP Paribas in 2007, 8, and 9. Are we underestimating the suddenly into 2024 that labor can crack that quickly or inflation can disinflate that quickly?
Yeah, and I think that the essential ingredient is exactly what we were just talking about. Do you get a financial accelerator? Do you get a break in the financial system that serves as a catalyst to tip us over the edge? We've seen the labor market moderate and cool down, but it's really hanging on quite well. It does seem like we need an additional catalyst to push us over the edge, and that could come from the banking sector or some other corner of the financial world.
Julia Coronado, stay with us. 5 minutes away from, well, I guess the Fed decides. Lisa Bramlett and Tom Keene on Bloomberg Television, Bloomberg Radio worldwide. There will be a press conference. McKee's down there, right? He made it?
Yes, he's going to be down there joining us for the rest. We are going to be on air until after the press conference, which starts at 2:30 p.m. We'll be watching it with you, and then we'll be having analysis afterwards with a whole host of incredible guests at a time when there's still such vast disagreement over the landscape. We're talking about the banking crisis. Did you see the headlines from Charles Schwab today?
No, I missed it. That was in the surveillance nap.
They expect revenues to be down by 10 to 11% year over year in the second quarter because of exactly this kind of dynamic. It costs something for them to have deposits.
And Mike Wilson, this is the Morgan Stanley Goldman Sachs dialectic here. Mike Wilson made clear it's not about an earnings slowdown. We are in an earnings seeing slowdown right now. It's just as David Kostin mentions at Goldman Sachs, we're getting a huge multiple expansion as well. That'll be a part of our theme after this important meeting in 4 minutes. Julia Coronado, if you're still there, I'm going to tease you here, Julia, because you're widely vetted to be a governor someday at the Fed. Is any of this in University of Texas textbooks? I mean, is anything we're doing now in, Obsfeld Rogoff or, the other great and worthy macroeconomics Bibles we all studied?
I think you're going to need to combine a few textbooks. There are elements of a lot of things. Certainly, my macroeconomics students are learning on the ground what we're dealing with, but there's a lot of cross currents, and you have to have both, your output gap, your quantity theory, your financial accelerators. You got to put it all in the pot, and then add a pandemic and supply chain frictions, and that leads to a whole lot of uncertainty and a range of views amongst market participants and amongst policymakers.
Julia, how much are we actually seeing the savings that was built up during the pandemic eaten down versus simply added to because of bigger salaries and because of interest that people are actually earning now on their deposits?
The net is downward. We are seeing the drawdown in that savings, that excess savings, particularly among lower income households that are most likely to spend that. So I think the second half of the year is a much tighter environment for the consumer, and we're already seeing them make decisions in a bit more price sensitive fashion, which could be helpful in bringing inflation down if consumers are starting to balk at these higher prices and push back.
Julia Coronado, thank you so much. Dr. Coronado with Macro Policy Perspectives as well. The theoretical framework from this pause-skip meeting is simple. This is not a snooze fest, and I'm going to center it around the great article today summarizing Bernanke Blanchard's mystery about the view forward. Neil Dutta just emails in from Renaissance Capital. Neil, thank you so much in your optimism for listening. And he says, look, the neutral rate may be higher than we think or John Williams thinks because of technology, because of the changes in ESG and globalization and other things we can't perceive. There's a huge number of unknowns here in the next minute and a half.
Anastasia Amoroso this morning from iCapital.
She was great. Lights out.
She was great. And she was talking about how the fact that 5% interest rates have not broken this economy, that we are still seeing such resilience, tells you exactly that perhaps rates need to be substantially higher to be restrictive.
Yeah.
You were saying earlier, we're at a restrictive pace. We've heard that from Jay Powell. Are we? Do we even know that? Because we really haven't seen it really roll over on the inflation front.
Not the data check we care about here. A minute away from this important announcement and the nuances of it. We'll bring that to you with Michael McKee and worthy guests. But the Bloomberg Financial Conditions Index plus is accommodative, not what Jerome Powell wants, and a negative, more restrictive environment certainly is the desire of many. Bill Dudley would be in that list. Mohammed El-Arian would be in that list. Andrew Hollenhorst is the outlier of the major banks right now, I would suggest.
Suggesting that if they were truly data dependent, they should go by 25 basis points today. And otherwise, they are not following the data. What I'm watching is the euro right now, markedly higher versus the dollar, 108.57, breaking out as people expect them to make a move, even if the Fed does not.
I'm going to look at the 2-year yield to 4 digits, 4.6286 for those writing down at home. Lisa, why don't you take us over to the festivities and Mr. McKee here in 30 seconds.
Mr. McKee is checking in as we speak. I am also watching the commodity space, the fact that crude continues to go lower again.
Look,
how much
under
is
69.
That? Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Under 69 as people parse through some of the inventories that are picking up. We are about to get some words from the Federal Reserve as they embark on a pivot point of potential inflation, disinflation, and then potentially the end of a hiking cycle after raising rates by 500 basis points. Let's head over to Michael McKee now with the latest. Mike.
We have a super hawkish skip. A unanimous Fed, no dissents, leaves the benchmark rate at 5 to 5.25%. However, the new dot plot shows a new terminal rate of 5.6%, which would be 2 25 basis point moves or at least 150. 12 of the 18 members of the committee see rates at that level or above. One sees 6.25%. 4 see rates moving up only 25 basis points. experts, but only 2 see no change between now and the end of the year. In their statement, the officials say holding the target range steady at this meeting allows the committee to assess additional information and its implications for monetary policy. But the very next sentence leads us into it with saying, instead of saying, in determining the extent to which additional firming may be appropriate, it now reads, in determining the extent of additional policy firming that may be appropriate. There are also significant changes to the economic assumptions. Unemployment this year projected to reach only 4.1%, down from 4.5% next year, and in 2025, down from 4.6. Growth revised up this year to 1% from 0.4, and lowered by 0.1 in the next 2 years. PCE inflation forecast at 3.2%, down from 3.3% this year. Core PCE is revised up this year to 3.9 from 3.6. There are almost no significant changes in inflation for the next 2 years. The federal funds rate will be cut, but not until next year, the summary shows. It will be a big cut as well, a full percentage point in 2024, going to 4.6% by the end of next year. They see rates falling to 3.4% in 2025. The statement says the economy has continued to expand at a modest pace, but job gains have been robust and inflation remains elevated. While the banking system is sound and resilient, they do expect tighter credit conditions will weigh on economic activity, hiring, and inflation. The extent of those effects remains uncertain, it says. And finally, there are no changes to QT, the $95 billion a month roll-off, to repo or reverse repo rates or to counterparty caps.
I think what's important here, folks, in the multiple decades that I've known Michael McKee, rarely have I heard that tone of the McKee voice. He has huge perspective on this. And to see the 2-year yield, Karen, if you can, bring up the 2-year yield right now, which only can be captured by a 14 basis point move to high yields. The y-axis on the 2-year yield right now, extraordinary. Equities give back fractionally, but the yield move here, Lisa, is Mike, stay with us. The yield move here, Lisa, is extraordinary.
They're getting the message loud and clear. The Fed wants to go again, and maybe quite significantly. But this, from Drew Mattis of MetLife, he writes in and says, if they knew they were going to be able to go, they would have gone. If they were so convinced that they would need to raise rates significantly higher, carpe diem. Why not today?
I mean, Michael McKee, within really an historic dot plot and projection study that you just said, can you say that this is the first time, Michael McKee, where we begin to frame something in the vicinity of 6% for short paper?
Well, it's the first time you get anybody suggesting that. We're now over 6% to 6.25% for at least one member, and 2 think we're going to go somewhere in between that. So it does look like we're putting it into the ballpark, but still the majority think we're going to end up at 5.6, which is still a significant 2 moves.
Honestly, I just keep going back to this idea. If they wanted to hike eventually and possibly twice more, why not today? The reassessment and potentially the concern out there. Michael McKee, stick with us. We'll be coming back to you as we do see markets on the move, very much readjusting to a reality where they possibly want to raise rates by 2 more times. Just to put this in a perspective, this is the first pause in Fed policy in 15 months. That is where we are. After starting on March 2022 and having raised 500 basis points, they did not raise rates, Tom. And you are seeing, though, there are indications of further rate hikes being bled out into markets, setting them lower.
And there's what we talked about this morning as well. This afternoon, the Fed says the FOMC vote was unanimous. At this historic moment, it is good to speak with Diane Swank, Chief Economist, KPMG, with all sorts of experience here out of Michigan and Midwest and Chicago economics. Diane, what in God's name is going on? Should they have just raised rates?
I actually think that they're really concerned. It's the tension within the Fed that Julia referred to earlier in terms of the diversity of views. Chairman Powell is much more skittish about what's going to happen in the financial markets and stresses in the financial sector, the banking sector in particular, and not wanting to go too far. That said, this is a Fed that is committed to additional rate hikes. The tricky part of this pause or skip, the Waller skip, as we call it, was messaging it. And this was a very effective way to message, we're going to assess what tightening is out there and how much additional tightening is needed. I want to add that much of financial markets have ignored that many central banks around the world that had paused have had to reassess and go back in. Bank of Australia, the Reserve Bank of Australia, the Bank of Canada in the recent week, ECB, all of these banks looking to think that they were close to a terminal rate, now reassessing that. And I think the Fed doesn't want to look like any pause that it takes is behind the curve and not continuing that process.
In the blur of emotion there from Mike McKee and the data of the projections, Diane Swank, was this a Fed of a single mandate? Have they basically said we can't opine on labor because we're solidly under 4%?
There is clearly a view that labor markets are extremely tight. They acknowledge that. I'm not at all surprised by the upward revisions to the forecasting growth. The idea that they're still going to get to 4.5% on the unemployment rate, although mild recession is still this sort of softish landing kind of scenario they're trying to reach for. But when you start looking at the other issues on rate hikes, on how many rate hikes are even in excess of 0.5% in this year, that really gets to the core of the issue of how hawkish they think they're going to have to be to derail what's become a more persistent global inflation, underlying inflation.
After the shock of this, folks, equities deteriorate, down negative 346, SPX down. It's okay, Dan, I cough like that all the time. SPX down 0.5%, and I really want to say that the 2-year yield, my litmus paper this afternoon, continues to move to a higher yield. We've got a shocking 16, almost 17 basis point move. That's a ginormous move for those keeping score at home. Lisa?
And I'm watching real yields, basically inflation adjusted, or the market's perception of inflation over 2 years, surging to the highest going back to 2009, nearly 2.7% in terms of real yield. So it gives you a sense of the tightening as we move forward. Diane, we were talking about how Chair Powell doesn't necessarily want to fractionalize his committee. He wants to keep people on the same page, and because of the varying views was why they didn't go. Is that uncertainty good, or is it bad for a Federal Reserve setting policy at such an uncertain time?
I think I actually agree with Julie on this. I mean, the idea of having, first of all, he's been remarkably successful at corralling the cats. That's just something he is very good at doing. That said, the diversity of views when you're trying to calibrate policy, very hard to do. And given the uncertainties we face, is healthy. And I think what Julia pointed out, if we had gotten a dissent, what we did is he usurped a dissent by making this a very hawkish statement, basically guaranteeing a July rate hike as well. That was his way of buying time. That was a compromise cut. So he did not get a dissent at this meeting. But I do think it is healthy to understand where the spectrum of views are, given the uncertainty and the unprecedented nature. I hate even using that word anymore, but we all know it. Julia did a very good job of saying how many things that we're all integrating to try to understand this environment. But having that spectrum of views on the Fed and the diversity of views within the Federal Reserve is a strength of the Fed, not a weakness.
Just to rehash, if you're just joining us now, the Fed did not hike, but it was a super hawkish skip, according to Michael McKee. Looking at a median rate forecast for the end of this year, 5.6%. That is up from about 5% right now. It also sees the end of 2024 rates being at 4.6%, definitely seeing a tilt upwards as they signal 2 more rate hikes by year end. Diane, I'm curious from your vantage point, does that seem realistic based on the economic slowing and the disinflation that you're seeing, that is what's required to truly bring inflation to the 2% target?
Well, it is our forecast, so we expect them to raise rates both in July and in September and to get to that 0.5% up. And I think that's important because the resilience that we've seen, even though inflation has cooled dramatically, which is wonderful, a lot of it has been concentrated in food and energy prices. Again, very important for consumers. But remember, why did the Bank of Canada go back in? Because they saw a bottoming in the housing market that could mean additional inflation down the road in shelter costs. We're experiencing something very similar in the United States at the same time that core services inflation has proven sticky, not just in the U.S., but globally, even in Europe, where they've had a technical recession now.
Just joining us, Diane Swank, KPMG, with us right now. Lisa Bramwitz and Tom Keene on a meeting that is not a snooze fest. You heard it from our Michael McKee, an extraordinary and truly super hawkish statement. That is Mr. McKee's language. I'm going to take 5.6% on the terminal rate. Let's round it up collegially to 6%. You can do that in biology. It's not biology, but we'll go there. Michael Gapin with us, U.S. economist, Bank of America, and of course, Michael Collins, Sr. We only book Michaels today. Is that how it worked?
Exactly.
Michael Collins with us at PGIM Fixed Income as well. Michael Gapin, I got to go right to the terminal rate. It seems like we're flying blind. Does Bank of America have to adjust a money market fund to 5.1, 5.2%? And are we migrating towards a 5.6, 5.8, dare I say 6% short-term piece of paper?
It certainly looks that way, Tom. I think you could add to that story a whole bunch of Treasury bill issuance coming in a hurry. So T-bill yields as well as other money market yields. Look, I think 5.6 is where the Fed is wanting to go. To answer your earlier question, if I may pose it to myself, yeah, they should have hiked today. But I think they got stuck on timing at the end, and market pricing wasn't where they wanted, and maybe it would have been a little too disruptive to try and squeeze that in at the end. So we get, I think, what it will be a difficult message, which is for some reason we saw enough to pause today, but we've also seen enough to tell you we think we need to do 2 more rate hikes.
Michael Collins, I flunked not 1, not 2, but 3 exams over the word disintermediation. And what that means to me is not chaos, but just uncertainty and discontinuities within the global fixed income space. Does the shock of this decision is super hawkish? Does it put a little bit of tension into the fixed income markets PGIM looks at?
Yeah, absolutely, Tom. You know, we've been thinking the risk to the market pricing, which, as you know, have been pricing in a lot of rate cuts starting by the end of this year. We thought the risk was that those would be taken off the table. And sure enough, this really hawkish, forward-looking dot plot does that. So the big kind of bear steepening or flattening we're seeing in the yield curve is lined up with our positioning, fortunately, and is really, to me, what the Fed should be doing and is expected.
Michael Gapin, you were talking, first of all, happy birthday on this Fed Day to you. You were talking about how the Fed didn't raise rates because the market wasn't aligned and they kind of ran out of time. Was that the right call, given the fact that they want tightening financial conditions to help them get to their goal?
Look, I think in general, as a policymaker, you do not want to surprise markets with rate hikes. So I think that is the right base point of view. But I also think the data moved quickly against them just at the end of the intermeeting period. We had upward revisions to construction spending and trade, which puts Q1 growth at 2%, very strong employment report. You know, I think you're going to get a significant market reaction today anyway. You know, I think they probably, if they had another week, they would have pushed us all into a hike in June.
Michael Collins, I'm looking right now at the projection of 5.6% rates by the end of this year, 2 more rate hikes, and 4.6% by the end of the following year. I keep asking this. Is this realistic based on the slowdowns that we're seeing in different areas? Do you think that they will actually achieve this? And if they don't, what kind of credibility are they sacrificing?
Yeah, I think what they really need to do, Lisa, is try to convince the markets that they'll at least keep this funds rate where it is, somewhere in the low to mid 5s for longer than the markets are pricing in. Sending this more hawkish message certainly does that, right? And the markets are readjusting, as Tom said, to this higher yielding world. So I think that's the right message, the right move. But ultimately, I don't think they'll be able to get 2 more rate hikes off. Ultimately, I don't think they'll be able to have a Fed funds rate, you know, in the mid to high 4s or 5s for more than the next year or so. So I think ultimately you will see more cuts. But for now, I mean, rates are going to stay higher for a little longer than was priced in. I think that's the right message.
Diane Swank with us as well. I want to go to all 3 of you on this. I think it's so important. Ms. Swank, I want to look at the dot plot, and you know I'm not a fan of it. I took Richard Berner 101, and I'm just not a fan of all this verbiage. I look at 23, and okay, there's sort of a cohesion to it. I look at 25, it's a lesser cohesion. The dot plot right now in 2025, Diane Swank, is a complete mess. There's no cohesion. It's basically a linear point estimate from low to high. Diane Swank, is the dot plot broken?
I think the dot plot's been broken for a long time. I don't think it's the most effective thing, and I think the Fed knows that. It's really more short-term than long-term, but it really underscores the uncertainty that we face out there. And I will add one more reason of why the Fed paused at this particular meeting, that Treasury issuance issue. That is something they wanted to get over the hump on. And remember, we start to get corporate tax revenues in tomorrow, which may be able, depending on how, day before the Fed makes its decision on how fast Treasury issuance have to go. This is another thing that Chair Powell himself, I think, was working to get some space around. But I also think it's really important to understand that so far around the world, central banks have underestimated the ability of the transmission effect of higher rates and their economies. Their economies have proven much more resistant to rate hikes than they thought they were. They thought they'd happen on a real-time basis. There were estimates out there that this would be almost real-time and the lags would disappear. Two things are happening. One is governments intervene to dampen the effect, particularly after Russia invaded Ukraine, of higher inflation, which extended out the period of inflation and dampened the effect of higher rates. But it also has put us in this situation where central banks are now having to go back in, and the concern is that we could get a reacceleration or a more entrenched inflation, and that's why this is so hawkish.
Michael Gapin, when you write about this, and again, I'm going to go out 18 months to the craziness of beginning 2025 with a dot plot that's absolutely original, and from, I'm going to call it Bullard high to whoever low, Goolsby low, whatever. I'm just guessing there, folks. But Michael Gapin, as you write for the Bank of America, what's the single biggest mystery to you in the GDP equation? What's the mystery that's going to come out of this press conference?
In the short run, I would say that what surprised me, and I think others, has been how much labor supply has grown and responded in 2023. The massive surge in immigration, the pickup in the labor force, the shortfall between labor supply and labor demand has narrowed quickly. As Diana said, it's meant the labor market is held up, spending is held up, and there's a lot more resilience in the economy. And as Lisa mentioned, maybe it's even adding to that excess saving argument just because of higher income. The further we go out, we don't know how quickly inflation is going to come down. And I think that 2025 distribution tells you the median of that means absolutely nothing. There's no weight to that middle. The committee simply doesn't know.
We're on radio and television. We welcome all of you across this nation and worldwide. Michael McKee has gone into the hermetically sealed press conference, and we'll see that in about 11, maybe 12 minutes here. Lisa, we've not talked about something. Liz Young, thank you so much at SF for bringing this up out on Twitter. The steepening of a Priya-Misra-like 210 spread here out to 93 basis points. Let's remind ourselves of how ginormous, this is Michael Gapin taught me this word. It's a ginormous curve inversion that we see redone today.
92 basis points of inversion that we're looking at right now. Not quite the record high, or record low, I should say, for the cycle of 107, but nonetheless, highlighting how higher near-term rates are really not coherent with the long-term rates that are going down. I'm also looking at the rate expectations going out by September, 5.3%. By January now, the implied Fed funds rate is 5.2%. Michael Collins, how do you play this? Do you lean into the long-term yield story with this idea that the Fed will necessarily bring inflation down at whatever cost to growth?
Absolutely. A really hawkish Fed, Lisa, this late in the cycle, when you're already seeing evidence of growth and demand and inflation slowing, is definitely bullish for the long end. It means that they will, by hook or by crook, control inflation, right? They are adamant about that. I think they're very convincing to the market. So this big kind of flattening we're seeing in the market is definitely evidence of that. And I think, long-term rates are pretty much capped here.
Do you think, Michael Collins, that there's going to be an issue with riskier credit as the Fed does double down and as you start to see pretty significant refinancing costs as time goes on?
Yeah, no doubt, right? I mean, this does take a little bit of time, right? These these high rates for longer will eventually bite as more and more companies, more and more commercial, real estate mortgages, more and more individuals, more and more governments have to refinance their debt at these higher rates. You will see tremendous dispersion in the markets. You'll see weaker credits, more levered companies, companies exposed to floating rate debt really start to suffer here, and that's part of the Fed's intention, right, to weaken demand and weaken the economy, and you'll see it in the lower end consumers, lower end corporations, and you're going to see that dispersion really accelerate late in the cycle here.
Zeitgeist Check on a Wednesday afternoon. If you're just joining us 9 minutes away from the McKee press conference, and this I just think is great. I guess I brought it up in a question to someone. I can't remember what I did 5 minutes before, folks. Drew Mattis, you said, was listening over at MetLife, and here's Andrew Hollenhorst, of course, who's been historic and calling for a higher rate regime. Memo, Hollenhorst looks like a genius this afternoon. May I quote the gentleman from UCLA, seconding Mr. Mattis, why not just hike, exclamation point. Thank you, Andrew, for watching.
A big question. Diane Swank, do you want to take that? What is the indication here? Is it that they just didn't have the consensus, or is this something more? And does this basically mean, especially if they do raise rates, that a soft landing looks a little less likely today than it did yesterday?
I think all of the above. I think the reason that they took a pause is because the chairman himself is getting more skittish about this, and we saw that come out in the May press conference. I think he got a lot of pushback within his committee, and that's what we're seeing, is that pushback. I do think the time ran out on them in terms of shaping market expectations. Their last part of their open period where they could comment, they basically said we're going to skip. That shaped market expectations, so it would have been a surprise to raise rates here. That said, it does not preclude a 0.5% hike in July instead of a 0.25% hike in July. And I think that's something we're going to see come out in the press conference today as well. The biggest question out there will be, why didn't you do it today? I do think that the Fed will also, Chairman Powell will talk about the Treasury issuances and that extraordinary going on, those extraordinary issuances against the backdrop of quantitative tightening. People forget that the Fed did not stop quantitative tightening. And this is something that we really don't know the interaction of. We've never done this experiment. And that is also something that's in the back of his mind. And I would expect that he'll emphasize that we're still being restrictive by also continuing quantitative tightening at the same time that Treasury has to do this massive debt issuance.
We're looking at equities off pretty considerably after this release. We're looking at NASDAQ down 0.7%. Michael Gapin, do you think the Fed is happy to see risk assets selling off today?
Yes, in general. I mean, I think financial conditions, they've struggled to get them across the board as restrictive as they would like. And so I think obviously if you're going to move the dot 50 basis points higher, I think the intent is to tighten financial conditions. So yes, I think that this is what they would want to see.
Michael, let me go to this lineup's great today. Michael Collins, Michael Gapin, Diane Swank, and of course we'll have much more here in 6 minutes with the press conference. And Michael Gapin, I'm just going to pick on you because of the large platform of Bank of America. I'm supposed to, I'm with Elizabeth Warren on this. I think having a low unemployment rate is generally good for society. And are we in a panic about a super hawkish Fed because just possibly real GDP and an overlay of inflation is a buoyant nominal GDP? Are they bad things?
No, maybe it's too much of a good thing. Might be one of the arguments. I mean, certainly the inflation we got, Tom, as you know, wasn't all because of a tight labor market. There were other sources that drove it. And I would say in our projection and most people's projections of a so-called mild recession or downturn in the economy brings the unemployment rate up to the mid-4s. Very few people are thinking it goes above 5. The 30-year average unemployment rate is over 6. So I think we're just saying a little less, say, buoyancy, if you will, is probably the right mix for the long-run performance of the economy. Nobody can doubt that a low unemployment rate is good for Americans and job seekers. But I think on balance, or I should say a different balance is probably preferred.
John from Capri emails, and John, thank you for listening this afternoon. He says, go to Michael Collins and ask a financial question. Michael Collins, you're at PGIM. How will chief financial officers react to a super hawkish Fed where Hollenhorst and Mattis are just saying they should have raised rates to begin with? Does that goose issuance here through the summer?
No, it's actually just the opposite. What we're seeing is really encouraging, right? When markets change and conditions change, people and companies change their behavior, Tom. And we're actually seeing a lot of corporations put off debt issuance. In fact, we're seeing a lot of them use their free cash flow to pay down debt so they don't have to reissue their debt at a much higher coupon. And that's really a silver lining here, right? As a credit investor, someone investing in corporate debt, you really want them to see them pay down debt. And we're actually seeing more and more examples of that. So that actually might be the thing that saves us here and really helps us avoid an existential credit crisis, which looks better and better. You won't see a big spike in defaults because companies are being proactive and they see the writing on the wall and they're starting to pay down debt. So this is a really good story from a credit perspective.
Michael Collins, this now becomes a guessing game. What's the Fed going to do in July? And what are they going to do in September? And it becomes a credibility issue. What will you have to look for and what will you have to see to call their bluff and say, no, you're not. You're not going to go twice more before year end?
Yeah, I mean, right now they're telling us they're going to change their policy from hiking at every meeting to basically hiking at every other meeting, right? So they're going to hike, twice in the rest of the year, once a quarter, basically, slow the pace of hiking is what they're telling us. Again, I think the longer they wait, the more evidence will become apparent in the markets, in the economy, and in the inflation data that will cause them to step to the sidelines and probably pull off one more hike, if that, for the rest of the year.
Michael Gapin, what will the real 10-year do here? I'm absolutely fascinated by the super hawkish nature of the printed word and the projections that we saw. Does the 10-year real yield finally break out from 1.6 just back to my pre-COVID level of, say, 2.02, 2.05? Do we get finally the real yield to move?
I mean, I certainly, in the front end, meaning kind of out to 5 years, I think that real rate has to go higher. I'm not yet fully convinced it would have to move in that direction for the 10-year, right? If you've become more convinced today that the Fed, as you mentioned earlier, is just really reacting to inflation, not so much economic activity, then the message here is they want to bring inflation down, so you get kind of the inversion at play. So certainly, though, they're telling you real rates need to be higher over the next 2 to 3 years.
Diane, how political do you think the decision will be to raise rates even further from here, given that the focus really is on wages and employment?
That's a great question, and I think the political backlash is already out there. First of all, the reason we're not as euphoric about the low unemployment we have is because we've lost living standards and actually lost spending power to inflation. And so that's the challenge the Fed's already had to face. What's been amazing is, even Volcker blinked back in 1980 and reduced rates then boosted them by 10% to get a second recession in 1981-82 after the first recession in 1980, which was an election year. So I do think there is going to be some political backlash to this idea of raising unemployment, which is understandable. Mm-hmm. But I think at the end of the day, the Fed is really concerned about the persistence of inflation. And at the Fed's at the rate conference, it's not just why did you not go today? Is the optionality on the table to move 0.5% again at an upcoming meeting? They do not want to bake into the cake this idea that they'll only move every other meeting. That messaging is where I'm really going to be watching for, because I think the Fed wants all options on the table.
You three have been generous with your time. Back to your clients at KPMG, at the Bank of America, and of course at PGIM as well. Diane Swank, Michael Gapin, and Michael Collins. And all of a sudden, the snooze fest became, and you heard it in McKee's voice. You could just hear the shock of the language and what we heard from Mr. Madison, Dr. Hollenhorst as well.
This was surprisingly hawkish, if you want to say so, because people were perhaps anticipating a 25 basis point rate hike implied at the July meeting, but not 50 basis points of hikes before year end. You're seeing that with respect to yields, markedly higher to the highest level since early March.
And now the Fed decides Derby Will McKee have the last question or the second to last question?
He'll have the third from last question. We're going to definitely going to mix things up here, I hear. That's the whisper from the room. We're also seeing the dollar sell off, although less than before, 108.12. Just to reset, we are about to hear from Fed Chair Jay Powell after they did not raise rates for the first time in 15 months after 10 consecutive meetings of rate hikes. Now, they are not hiking, but they are indicating they are going to hike at least twice more before the end of this year. Their work is not done. That was very clear in their statement. And now the question will be, why did they not hike today? If they were so convinced of that momentum, what was the holdup as they tried to get consensus? He is a little bit late, which is unusual, Tom. Usually he is right on time.
An extra timer. I just saw the clock.
But he is coming out right now with a big folder. You can expect to see him having written down a lot of the answers. Let's head it over to Fed Chair Jay Powell.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. We understand the hardship that high inflation is causing, and we remain strongly committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal. Price stability is the responsibility of the Federal Reserve. Without price stability, the economy doesn't work for anyone. In particular, without price stability, we will not achieve a sustained period of strong labor market conditions that benefit all. Since early last year, the FOMC has significantly tightened the stance of monetary policy. We have raised our policy interest rate by 5 percentage points, and we've continued to reduce our securities holdings at a brisk pace. We've covered a lot of ground, and the full effects of our tightening have yet to be felt. In light of how far we've come in tightening policy, the uncertain lags with which monetary policy affects the economy, and potential headwinds from credit tightening, today we decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged and to continue to reduce our securities holdings. Looking ahead, nearly all committee participants view it as likely that some further rate increases will be appropriate this year to bring inflation down to 2% over time. And I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. The U.S. economy slowed significantly last year, and recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a modest pace. Although growth in consumer spending has picked up this year, activity in the housing sector remains weak, largely reflecting higher mortgage rates. Higher interest rates and slower output growth also appear to be weighing on business fixed investment. Committee participants generally expect subdued growth to continue. In our summary of economic projections, the median projection has real GDP growth at 1.0% this year and 1.1% next year, well below the median estimate of the longer-run normal growth rate. The labor market remains very tight. Over the past 3 months, payroll job gains averaged a robust 283,000 jobs per month. The unemployment rate moved up but remained low in May at 3.7%. There are some signs that supply and demand in the labor market are coming into better balance. The labor force participation rate has moved up in recent months, particularly for individuals aged 25 to 54 years. Nominal wage growth has shown signs of easing, and job vacancies have declined so far this year. While the jobs to workers gap has declined, labor demand still substantially exceeds the supply of available workers. FOMC participants expect supply and demand conditions in the labor market to come into better balance over time, easing upward pressures on inflation. The median unemployment rate projection in the SEP rises to 4.1% at the end of this year and 4.5% at the end of next year. Inflation remains well above our longer-run 2% goal. Over the 12 months ending in April, total PCE prices rose 4.4%, excluding the volatile food and energy categories. Core PCE prices rose 4.7%. In May, the 12-month change in the Consumer Price Index came in at 4%, and the change in the core CPI was 5.3%.
Inflation has moderated somewhat since the middle of last year. Nonetheless, inflation pressures continue to run high, and the process of getting inflation back down to 2% has a long way to go. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation is 3.2% this year, 2.5% next year, and 2.1% in 2025. Core PCE inflation, which excludes volatile and food and energy prices, is projected to run higher than total inflation, and the median projection has been revised in the SEP up to 3.9% this year. Despite elevated inflation, longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. The Fed's monetary policy actions are guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes hardship as it erodes purchasing power, especially for those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We are highly attentive to the risks that high inflation poses to both sides of our mandate, and we are strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% objective. As I noted earlier, since early last year, we have raised our policy rate by 5 percentage points. We have been seeing the effects of our policy tightening on demand in the most interest rate sensitive sectors of the economy, especially housing and investment. It will take time, however, for the full effects of monetary restraint to be realized, especially on inflation. The economy is facing headwinds from tighter credit conditions for households and businesses, which are likely to weigh on economic activity, hiring, and inflation. The extent of these effects remains uncertain. In light of how far we've come in tightening policy, the uncertain lags with which monetary policy affects the economy, and potential headwinds from credit tightening, the committee decided at today's meeting to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 5 to 5.25%, and to continue the process of significantly reducing our securities holdings. As I noted earlier, nearly all committee participants expect that it will be appropriate to raise interest rates somewhat further by the end of the year. But at this meeting, considering how far and how fast we've moved, we judged it prudent to hold the target range steady to allow the committee to assess additional information and its implications for monetary policy. In determining the extent of additional policy firming that may be appropriate to return inflation to 2% over time, the committee will take into account the cumulative tightening of monetary policy, the lags with which monetary policy affects economic activity and inflation, and economic and financial developments. In our SEP, participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path for the federal funds rate based on what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario going forward. If the economy evolves as projected, the median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 5.6% at the end of this year, 4.6% at the end of 2024, and 3.4% at the end of 2025. For the end of this year, the median projection is a half percentage point higher than in our March projections. I hasten to add, as always, that these projections are not a committee decision or plan. If the economy does not evolve as projected, the path for policy will adjust as appropriate to foster our maximum employment and price stability goals. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting based on the totality of incoming data and their implications for the outlook for economic activity and inflation, as well as the balance of risks. We remain committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Reducing inflation is likely to require a period of below-trend growth and some softening of labor market conditions. Restoring price stability is essential to set the stage for achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the longer run. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do at the Fed is in service to our public mission. We will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Colby.
Thank you. Colby Smith with the Financial Times. I'm curious what gives you and the committee the confidence that waiting will not be counterproductive at a time when the monthly pace of core inflation is still so elevated. Interest rate sensitive sectors like housing, while they felt the drag of the past Fed actions, have started to recover in some regions, and financial conditions, most recently were easing.
So I guess I would go back to the beginning of this tightening cycle to address that. So as we started our rate hikes early last year, we said there were three issues that would need to be addressed kind of in sequence. And that of the speed of tightening, the level to which rates would need to go, and then the period of time over which we'd need to keep policy restrictive. So at the outset, going back 15 months, the key issue was how fast to move rates up, and we moved very quickly by historical standards. Then last December, after 4 consecutive 75 basis point hikes, we moderated to a pace of a 50 basis point hike, and then this year to 3 25 basis point hikes at sequential meetings. So it seemed to us to make obvious sense to moderate our rate hikes as we got closer to our destination. So the decision to consider not hiking at every meeting and ultimately to hold rates steady at this meeting, I would just say it's a continuation of that process. The main issue that we're focused on now is determining the extent of additional policy firming that may be appropriate to return inflation to 2% over time. So the pace of the increases and the ultimate level of increases are separate variables. Given how far we have come, it may make sense for rates to move higher, but at a more moderate pace. I want to stress one more thing, and that is that the committee decision made today was only about this meeting. We didn't make any decision about going forward, including what would happen at the next meeting, including we did not decide or really discuss anything about going to an every other meeting kind of an approach or really any other approach. We really were focused on what to do at this meeting.
So there was no kind of initial debate about the possibility of July, any sense of the initial support at this stage for that move?
So again, we didn't make a decision about July. I mean, of course, it came up in the meeting from time to time, but really the focus was on what to do today. I would say about July 2 things. One, decision hasn't been made. 2, I do expect that it will be a live meeting.
Thanks, Howard Schneider with Reuters. I was just wondering if you could help us understand the narrative here, because it feels like there's been a level shift in the dots, stronger GDP, less of a hit to unemployment, slower progress on inflation, and I'm wondering, in this sort of, where's the disinflation coming from?
Sure.
The labor market's going to be stronger, it looks like. It's not coming from there. Demand's not coming down all that fast, according to GDP. You've doubled your estimate of GDP. So what's the narrative here? It seems like it's getting more immaculate rather than more messy.
So you're right that the data came in, I would say, consistent with, but on the high side of expectations. So, and if you go back to the former SEP, the last SEP in March, you will see that growth moved up. These are not huge moves, but growth estimates moved up a bit. Unemployment estimates moved down a bit. Inflation estimates moved up a bit. And, all three of those kind of point in the same direction, which is, that perhaps more restraint will be necessary than we had thought at the last meeting. So although the level, frankly, is pretty, the level of 5.6 is pretty consistent if you think about it, where the federal funds rate was trading before the bank incidents of early March. So we've kind of gone back to that. So your question is, where's the disinflation going to come from? And I don't think the story has really changed. The committee has consistently said and believed that the process of getting inflation down is going to be a gradual one. It's going to take some time. And I think you go back to the 3-part framework for core PCE inflation, which is, we think, as good an indicator as you can have for where inflation is going forward. You start with goods. With goods, we need to see continued healing in supply side conditions. They've definitely improved a substantial amount, but if you talk to people in business, they will say it's not back to where it was. So that's one thing, and that should enable goods prices to continue, goods inflation to continue to come down over time. In terms of housing services inflation, That's another big piece, and you are seeing there that new rents, new leases are coming in at low levels, and it's really a matter of time as that goes through the pipeline. In fact, I think any forecast that people are making right now about inflation coming down this year will contain a big dose of this year and next year will contain a good amount of disinflation from that source, and that's again probably going to come slower than we would expect. That leaves, the big sector, which is a little more than half, pardon me, of core PCE inflation. That's non-housing services, and we see only the earliest signs of disinflation there. It's a sector. It's a very broad and diverse sector. I would say in a number of the parts of that sector, the largest cost would be wage costs. It's the service sector, so it's heavily labor intensive, and I think many analysts would say that the key to getting inflation down there is to have a continuing loosening in labor market conditions, which we have seen. We have actually seen, I go through a number of indicators suggesting there's been some loosening in labor market conditions. We need to see that continue. I would almost say that the conditions that we need to see in place to get inflation down are coming into place, and that would be growth meaningfully below trend. It would be a labor market that's loosening. It would be goods pipelines getting healthier and healthier and that kind of thing. The things are in place that we need to see, but the process of that actually working on inflation is going to take some time.
Nick.
Nick Tamaros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, what's the value in pausing and signaling future hikes versus just hiking now? I mean, not to be flippant, but I don't lose weight just by buying a gym membership. I have to actually go to the gym. 16 of your colleagues put down a higher year-end 23 rate today. A majority of you think you're going to have to go up by 50 basis points this year. So why not just rip off the Band-Aid and raise rates today? So
first, I would say that the question of speed is a separate question from from that of level. Okay, so and I think if you look at the SEP, that is our estimate, our individual. It's really accumulation of our individual estimates of how far to go. I mentioned how we got to those numbers. In terms of speed, it's what I said at the beginning, which is speed was very important last year. As we get closer and closer to the destination, and according to the SEP, we're not so far away from the destination in most people's accounting. It's reasonable, it's common sense to go a little slower, just as it was reasonable to go from 75 basis points to 50 to 25 at every meeting. And so the committee thought overall that it was appropriate to moderate the pace, if only slightly. And there are benefits to that. So that gives us more information to make decisions. We may try to make better decisions. I think it allows the economy a little more time to adapt as we make our decisions going forward. And we'll get to see, we don't know the full extent of the consequences of the banking turmoil that we've seen. It would be early to see those, but we don't know what the extent is. We'll have some more time to see that unfold. I mean, it's just the idea that we're trying to get this right. And this is, if you think of the two things as separate variables, then I think that the skip, I shouldn't call it a skip, the decision makes sense.
I know you said July is live with only one June employment, with only the June employment and the CPI report for June due to be released before the July meeting. You get the ECI after, you get the senior loan officer survey after, you get some bank earnings at the end of next month. What incremental information will the committee be using to inform their judgment on whether this is in fact a skip or a longer pause?
Well, I think you're adding that to the data that we've seen since the last meeting too. Since we chose to maintain rates at this meeting, it'll really be a 3-month period of data that we can look at. And I think that's a full quarter, and I think you can draw more conclusions from that than you can from any 6-week period. We'll look at those things. We'll also look at the evolving risk picture. We'll look at what's happening in the financial sector. We'll look at all the data, the evolving outlook, and we'll make a decision.
Gina.
Thanks for taking our questions. Gina Smilek, New York Times. You obviously, in your forecast, marked up the sort of path for growth, marked down the path for unemployment, and marked up the path for inflation pretty notably. I wonder, since March, what has changed to make you think that the economy is a lot more resilient and inflation is going to be a lot more stubborn? And given that, why do you feel confident that this is as high as you're going to have to revise the federal funds rate, or do you think it's possible we could have even a higher than 5.6% terminal by the end of this cycle?
I mean, on the first part, I just think we're following the data and also the outlook. The economy the labor market, I think, has surprised many, if not all, analysts over the last couple of years with its extraordinary resilience, really. It's just remarkable, and that's really, if you think about it, that's what's driving. It's job creation, it's wages moving up, it's supporting spending, which in turn is supporting hiring, and it's really the engine, it seems, that is driving the economy. So it's really the data. In terms of, we always write down at these meetings what we think the appropriate terminal rate will be at the end of this year. That's how we do it. It's based on our own individual assessments of what the most likely path of the economy is. It can actually, in reality, wind up being lower or higher. And there's really no way to know. But it's what people think as of today. And as the data come in, it can move around during the intermeeting period. It could wind up back in the same place. But it really will be data driven. I can't tell you that I ever have a lot of confidence that we can see where the federal funds rate will be that far in advance.
Mr. Chairman, thanks for taking my question. You had said back at the end of May that you thought risks were getting closer to being into balance. Is that still the case, or has your mind changed about the balance of risks out there? And also, could you give us an idea of what would be a sufficiently restrictive funds rate? Obviously the current rate, according to the committee, is not sufficiently restrictive. Is it 5.6? Is it 6 years, or sufficiently restrictive? Thank you.
I would say again that I think that over time, the balance of risks, as we've moved from from interest rates at effectively zero now to 5 percentage points with an SEP calling for additional hikes, I think we've moved much closer to our destination, which is that sufficiently restrictive rate. And I think that means, almost by definition, that the risks of sort of overdoing it and underdoing it are getting closer to being in balance. I still think, and my colleagues agree, that the risks to inflation are to the upside still. So we don't think we're there with inflation yet, because we're just looking at the data. And if you look at the full range of inflation data, particularly the core data, you just aren't seeing a lot of progress over the last year. Headline, of course, inflation has come down materially, but as you know, we look at core as a better indicator of where inflation overall is going. So I think what we'd like to see is credible evidence that inflation is topping out and then beginning to come down. That's what we want to see. Of course, that's what we want to see. And I think it's also, we understand that there are lags, but remember that it's more than a year since financial conditions began tightening. I think the reason we're comfortable pausing is that we are still, much of the tightening took place over last summer and later into the year, and I think it's reasonable to think that some of that may come into effect. So we're, I think stretching out into a more moderate pace is appropriate to allow you to make that judgment of sufficiency, with more data over time.
Rachel. Hi, Chair Powell. Rachel Siegel from The Washington Post. Thanks for taking our questions. I wanted to ask further on the lag effects. When you're considering when you would hike again throughout the course of the year, are there things that you would expect to kick in as those lag effects come into effect that would inform your decisions? Have you learned things over the past year that give you some sense of timeline for when to expect those lags to come into effect?
Yeah. So it's a challenging thing in economics. It's sort of standard thinking that monetary policy affects economic activity with long and variable lags. Of course, these days, financial conditions begin to tighten well in advance of actual rate hikes. So if you look back when we were lifting off, we started talking about lifting off. By the time we had lifted off, The 2-year, which is a pretty good estimate of where policy is going, had gone from 20 basis points to 200 basis points. So in that sense, tightening happens much sooner than it used to in a world where news was in newspapers and not on the wire. So that's different, but it's still the case that what you see is interest-sensitive spending is affected very, very quickly. So housing and durable goods and things like that. But broader demand and spending and asset values and things like that, they just take longer. And you can pretty much find research to support whatever answer you would like on that. So there's not any certainty or agreement in the profession on how long it takes. So, and that makes it challenging, of course. So we're looking at the calendar, we're looking at what's happening in the economy, we're having to make these judgments. And again, it's one of the main reasons why it makes sense to go at a slightly more moderate pace now as we seek that ultimate. I can't point to that ultimate endpoint. I can't point to a specific data point. I think we'll see it when we see inflation, really flattening out reliably and then starting to soften. I think we'll know that it's working. And ideally, by taking a little more time, we won't go well past the level where we need to go.
I was curious if you could give us an update on what you're seeing on credit tightening since the bank incidents from March and how you're teasing that out apart from these lag effects.
So it's too early still to try to assess the full extent of what that might mean. And that's something we're going to be watching, of course. And if we were to see what we would view as significant tightening beyond what would normally be expected because of this channel, then we would factor that into account in making rate decisions. So that's how we think about it.
Let's go to Chris.
Thanks. Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. You mentioned that many of the trends are in place that you want to see. Core services ex-housing has come in pretty low in the past couple of months. And as you noted, a significant portion of core inflation is now housing prices. And then we've had some quirks in used car prices. So given that these trends are in place, I guess I'm sort of asking the flip side of Nick's question, why signal additional rate hikes? Aren't things headed in the direction you need? Why not simply give it even more time? Or it's surprising to see so much hawkishness in the dots given what we're seeing recently.
Yeah, so we're 2.5 years into this, or 2.25 years into this, and forecasters, including Fed forecasters, have consistently thought that inflation was about to turn down, and typically forecasted that it would, and been wrong. So I think if you look at core PCE inflation overall, look at it over the last 6 months, you're just not seeing a lot of progress. It's running at a level over 4.5%, far above our target, and not really moving down. We want to see it moving down decisively. That's all. Of course, we are going to get inflation down to 2% over time. We want to do that with the minimum damage we can to the economy, of course, but we have to get inflation down to 2%, and we will. And we just don't see that yet. So hence you see today's policy decision, both to write down further rate hikes by the end of this year, but also to moderate somewhat the pace with which we're moving.
Quick follow-up. I mean, the last press conference you mentioned you didn't see wages driving inflation, and there was some research from the San Francisco Fed suggesting wages aren't necessarily a key driver, but you've talked about the labor market today and the need for softening. Can you give us a little more specifically of how you see the tight labor market driving inflation at this point? Thank you.
Right. So I'm not going to comment on any particular paper, but I would say that I think the overall picture is that at the beginning, in early 2021, inflation was really coming from very strong demand largely for goods. People were still at home. They had money in the bank, and they wanted to spend, and they spent a lot on goods. And, of course, at the same time, and because of that high demand to some extent, supply chains got all snarled up. So prices went way up, inflation went way up. So that was the origin, and it wasn't really particularly about the labor market or wages. But as you moved through 21 into 22 and now in 23, I think many, many analysts believe that it will be important, an important part of getting inflation down, especially in the non-housing services sector, to getting wage inflation back to a level that is sustainable, that is consistent with 2% inflation. We actually have seen wages broadly move down, but just at a quite gradual pace. So, and that's, that's a little bit of the finding of the Bernanke paper with Blanchard of a few weeks ago, which is very consistent with what I would think.
Let's go to Michael McKee.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. You said in the past that you don't like to surprise markets. It's kind of been the Fed's view. Markets should have an idea of what you're going to do before you go in. You also said a number of times that it would take a while to bring inflation down. You reiterated that again today, and that we would get to a point where inflation could be sticky. So I'm wondering, as we go into the next meetings, how Wall Street or others should look at your reaction function. What will you be reacting to, time or data? In other words, if nothing much changes, if we're looking at the same sort of labor market, the same sort of inflation levels in July or in September or November, will you move because you've said you feel you need to? Is it time that's going to require additional movement, or would it be a reversal in inflation?
So I don't want to deal with hypotheticals about different ways data might move on. So we of course we don't go out of our way to surprise markets or the public. At the same time, our main focus has to be on getting the policy right, and that's what we're doing here, and that's what we'll do for the upcoming meetings. I will say the July meeting will be live, and we'll just have to see. I think you'll see the data, you'll hear Fed people talking about it, and markets will have to make a judgment.
Well, do you think inflation is likely to continue coming down based on the lags and based on your threat of additional movement, or are we going to be in a period where we're not going to know what's happening?
I think if you look at if you just look at, I'll just point you to the forecast. So. Inflation is running, core PCE inflation is running at about 4.5%, a little higher than 4.5%, and the median FOMC participant thinks it'll go down to 3.9 on a 12-month basis. This is by the end of this year. So that's expecting pretty substantial progress. That's a pretty significant decline for half a year. So that's the forecast. We do try to be transparent in our reaction function. We're committed to getting inflation down. And that's the number one thing. So that's how I think about it.
Let's go to Victoria.
Victoria Guido with Politico. Could you talk about the balance sheet and how you're thinking about it? What are you looking for to judge whether we're approaching reserve scarcity, and is Treasury issuance going to affect that? Also, are you considering lowering the RRP rate in order to take some pressure off banks?
So let me say, first of all, on the Treasury part of it, if I can talk about that, and then go back to the balance sheet. So on that, of course, we've been very focused on that for a couple of months, as everyone has. Treasury has laid out its borrowing plans publicly. I think I saw the Secretary's comments yesterday to the effect that Treasury has consulted widely with market participants about how to avoid market disruption, and that they're going to watch carefully for that. So that's from the Treasury, which actually sets the borrowings. At the Fed, we'll be monitoring market conditions carefully as the Treasury refills the TGA. The adjustment process is very likely to involve both a reduction in the RRP facility and also in reserves. It's really hard to say at the beginning of this which will be greater. We are starting at a very high level of reserves and still elevated RRP to take up, for that matter. So we don't think reserves are likely to become scarce in the near term or even over the course of the year. So that's the Treasury part of the answer. We will, of course, continue to monitor conditions in money markets, and we're prepared to make adjustments to make sure that monetary policy transmission works. Was there another part of your question?
Yeah. What are you considering lowering the RRP rate to help take some pressure off banks?
So we have a number of. I would say the RRP doesn't look like it's pulling money out of the banking system. It's actually been shrinking here lately. So I don't think that's not something we've thought about a lot. over time. It doesn't really look like that's something we would do. I think it's a tool that we have. If we want to use it, we can. There are other tools we can use to address money market issues, but I wouldn't say that that's something that's likely that we would do in the near term.
Janelle Marte with Bloomberg. Have you seen sufficient cooling in the housing market to bring inflation down? For example, how does the recent rebound affect your forecasts, and how does it factor into monetary policy?
So certainly housing, very interest sensitive, and it's the first place really, or one of the first places that's either helped by low rates or that is held back by higher rates. And we certainly saw that over the course of the last year. We now see housing putting in a bottom and maybe even moving up a little bit. We're watching that situation carefully. I do think we will see rents and house prices filtering into housing services inflation, and I don't see them coming up quickly. I do see them kind of wandering around at a relatively low level now, and that's appropriate.
Do you think you'll have to target that with further rate increases?
Well, I think we look at everything. We don't just look at housing. So I think, the way it works is individual participants sit in their offices all over the country and they write down their forecast, and including their most likely forecast, including their rate forecast, and then they send it in on Friday afternoon, and we accumulate it, and then we publish it for you. So that's how they do that. Well, I don't know that housing is itself going to be driving the rates picture, but it's part of it.
Let's go to Edward.
Thank you for taking the question, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. So I want to go back to comments you made about in the past about unsustainable fiscal path. The CBO projects the federal deficit to be $2.8 trillion in 10 years. The CBO also says that federal debt will be $52 trillion by 2033. At what point do you talk more firmly with lawmakers about fiscal responsibility? Because I'm assuming monetary policy cannot handle alone the inflation or keep that inflation in check with the higher level of spending.
I don't do that. That's really not my job. We hope and expect that other policymakers will respect our independence on monetary policy, and we don't see ourselves as the judges of appropriate fiscal policy. I will say, and many of my predecessors have said, that we are on an unsustainable fiscal path, and that needs to be addressed over time. But I think trying to get into that with lawmakers would be kind of inappropriate, given our independence and our need to stick to our knitting.
Is there any conversation then about the Federal Reserve financing some of that debt that we're seeing coming down the pike?
No, under no circumstances.
Courtney.
Thanks for taking our questions, Chair Powell. So looking at the SEP, it looks like GDP for this year was raised significantly, your forecast for GDP this year. The unemployment rate, meanwhile, was pulled downward. And so should we take that as a sign that the committee is more confident about the prospects of a soft landing, at least as it relates to what you were expecting in March?
I would just say it this way. I continue to think, and this really hasn't changed, that there is a path to getting inflation back down to 2% without having to see the kind of sharp downturn and large losses of employment that we've seen in so many past instances. It's possible. In a way, a strong labor market that gradually cools could aid that along. It could aid that along. But I guess I want to come back to the main thing, which is, though, simply this. We see, the committee, as you can see from the SEP, the committee is completely unified in the need to get inflation down to 2%, and will do whatever it takes to get it down to 2% over time. That is our plan. And we understand that allowing inflation to get entrenched in the U.S. economy is the thing that we cannot allow to happen for the benefit of today's workers and families and businesses, but also for the future. Getting price stability back and restored will benefit generations of people, as long as it's sustained. And it really is the bedrock of the economy, and you should understand that that is our top priority.
Just a quick follow-up on that. I'm just a little confused because you said the committee will do whatever it takes to get inflation down over time. But when I look at the SEP, inflation is still projected to be elevated next year, but the Fed funds rate is lower than where it is now. Can you help me understand that?
Sure. So, if you look 2 and 3 years out with the forecast, first of all, I wouldn't put too much weight on forecasts even 1 year out because they're so highly uncertain. But what they're showing is that as inflation comes down in the forecast, if you don't lower interest rates, then real rates are actually going up, right? So just to maintain a real rate, the nominal rate at that point 2 years out, let's say, should come down just to maintain real rates. And actually, since we're probably going to we're having real rates that are going to have to be meaningfully positive. And significantly so for us to get inflation down, that probably means that certainly means that it will be appropriate to cut rates at such time as inflation is coming down really significantly. And again, we're talking about a couple years out. I think, as anyone can see, not a single person on the committee wrote down a rate cut this year, nor do I think it is at all likely to be appropriate if you think about it. Inflation has not really moved down. It is not so far reacted much to our existing rate hikes, and so we're going to have to keep at it.
Julie.
The mic is coming. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Hi, Chapel. Julie Chabanas, AFP News Agency. The May job report showed a rebound in May in black workers' unemployment. Is it consistent with the Fed's maximum employment mandate? Are you worried about that, about this rebound?
So we are, of course, worried about. There are long-standing differences in racial and ethnic groups across our labor market. That's a factor that we can't really address with our tools, but we do consider that when we're thinking about what constitutes maximum employment. It is for us a broad and inclusive goal. And so we do watch that. But remember, all unemployment, including black unemployment, has been bouncing around right near historic modern lows here. So we're still talking about, what is as strong a labor market as we've seen in, a half century here in the United States. So overall unemployment of 3.7% is 0.3 higher than it was measured to be at the last a month ago, but still it's extraordinarily low. And so it's a very, very tight labor market.
Megan.
Thank you. I want to follow up first a little bit just on the rent question on housing. We heard Governor Waller talk about how, I'll back up, we haven't quite seen the slowdown in rents show up in CPI yet, and we did hear Governor Waller talk about how an uptick in housing might mean that there's not going to be as much relief coming or a shorter bit of relief than we thought. Can you talk about how you're thinking about that and how that played into today's outcome?
I wouldn't say, so that's, as a factual matter, that's correct. We do need to see, rents bottom out here or at least stay quite low in terms of their increases because we want inflation to come down, and rental is a very large part of the CPI, about a third, and it's about half of that for the PCE. So it's important, and so it's something that we're watching very carefully. It's part of the overall picture. I wouldn't say it's the decisive part, but take a step back. What you see is look at core inflation over the past 6 months, year. You're just not seeing a lot of progress, not the kind of progress we want to see, and it's hard to avoid that. And the committee, people in the committee, the median went up significantly, so that the median participant now thinks that core PCE inflation on a 12-month basis will be 3.9% this year. So once again, every year for the past 3 years, it's gone up over the course of the year, and it's doing that again. So we see that, and we see that inflation forecasts are coming in low again, and we see that tells us that we need to do more. And so that's why you see the SEP with where it is.
Could you also talk briefly about your outlook for wages, and given the recent slowdown in core services excluding housing, how far you think wages might need to fall in order to get inflation back in line?
So wages will continue to increase. So what we're talking about is having wage increases still at a very strong level, but at a level that's consistent with 2% inflation over time. And so I think we've seen some progress. All of the major measures of wages have moved down from extremely elevated, not extremely, but highly elevated levels a year or so ago, and they're moving back down, but quite gradually. And we would want to see that process continue gradually. Of course, it's great to see wage increases, particularly for people at the lower end of the income spectrum. But we want that as part of the process of getting inflation back down to 2%, which benefits everyone. I mean, inflation hurts those same people more than anyone else. People on a fixed income are hurt the worst and the fastest by high inflation.
Greg.
Thank you so much, Chair Powell. Greg Robb from MarketWatch. I just wondered if the committee has talked at all about the labor market, and there's strikes now in Hollywood, and now the United Auto Workers are talking about a possible strike. I mean, aren't workers, we have some workers have power now and are going to be seeking higher wages. Does that come up in your discussions? Thanks.
So the topic of wages in the labor market and dynamics in the labor market is about as central a topic to our discussions as anything. I mean, it's very labor economics, and the labor market are utterly central. It's half of our mandate, so we spend a lot of time talking about that. I think there are structural issues that are really not for the Fed. And so we don't spend a lot of time, although we take notice of what's going on. But we're not involved in discussions or debates over strikes and things like that. But we look and we see what's going on, and we're making judgments about what it will take to get inflation down to 2% in the aggregate. And as I said, don't think that was about. Most folks would say now it wasn't really about wages at the beginning. And it's becoming more about that as we get into really service sector inflation, which is the part of the economy where we have seen the least progress.
Let's go to Mark for the last question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mark Hamrick with Bankrate. Wondering what your thoughts are now about systemic risk now that we're about 3 months past the failure of Silicon Valley Bank, and also specifically, what are the risks associated with commercial real estate as well as non-bank financials, and could you further elevate those risks with higher still rates, possibly for longer?
So we're trying to think where to start. I'll start with commercial real estate. Of course, we're watching that situation very carefully. There's a substantial amount of commercial real estate in the banking system. A large part of it is in smaller banks. It's well distributed. To the extent it's well distributed, then the system could take losses. We do expect that there'll be losses. But there'll be banks that have concentrations, and those banks will experience larger losses. So we're well aware of that. We're monitoring it carefully. It feels like something that will be around for some time, as opposed to something that will suddenly hit and work its way into systemic risk. In terms of non-bank financial sector, there's been a ton of work, and clearly in the pandemic, it really was the non-bank financial sector where issues really arose, and there's a lot of work going on with the administration, in particular, leading that to try to address issues in the Treasury market and in all kinds of areas in the non-bank financial market. But our jurisdiction at the Fed is over banks, actually bank holding companies and some banks. So that's really our main focus. In terms of the events of March, as I mentioned earlier, we will be carefully monitoring that situation. Our job generally involves worrying about a lot of things that may go wrong, and that would include the banks. It might be hard for me to identify something that we don't worry about rather than that we do worry about. So we're watching those things very carefully. And as we see things unfold, as we see what's happening with credit conditions and also all the individual banks that are out there, we'll be able to take, to the extent it's appropriate, we can take, if there are macroeconomic implications, we can take that into account in our rate setting. And so I guess that's what I would say.
Can I just follow up on the last part? That's do you risk further exacerbating those issues if you get up to another 50 basis points?
So that's, and I guess I meant to address that by saying, as we watch, we'll see what's happening, and if we're seeing the kind of tightening of conditions that you could be referring to, then we can factor that, because really we use our rate tool it really has macroeconomic purposes, so we'll take that into account. Of course, we have responsibility for financial stability as well, and that also is a factor that we're always going to be considering. Thank you very much.
The chairman of the Federal Reserve System on truly an historic day, as our Michael McKee said, with some emotion at 2 p.m., a super hawkish Fred. I saw a couple research notes saying hawkish. I don't know what hawkish means. I certainly don't know what hawkish squared means as well. But there you have it. Some piercing questions there, and we've got some of the video to play back that did move the market. Lisa, what I would suggest here with markets, sort of a sigh of relief. We went down off the statement. We came back with a nice NASDAQ 100 return, Apple breaking out to new highs. We may have time to get to that. But it was in the 2-year yield, a 28 basis point swing to a much higher 2-year yield, resetting to the new hawkish. And then we came in as he calmed the markets.
My takeaway is Jay Powell wants to sound hawkish. He wanted to double down on super hawkishness, and he failed, because basically the real key moment was when he couldn't commit to any July rate hike. To me, this stood out in response to a question about what the change in the statement of economic projections, the shift upward, 50 basis points of further rate hikes, what that meant about July. Take a listen.
We didn't make a decision about July. I mean, of course, it came up in the meeting from time to time, but really the focus was on what to do today. I would say about July, two things. One, decision hasn't been made. Two, I do expect that it will be a live meeting.
The live meeting was not the same as we have an indication that we are going to raise rates. And at that point, you started to see the shift in markets with equities starting to lift and getting at one point up as much as 0.5% on the NASDAQ.
Yeah,
and you could
during the
see
press
a real
conference.
retracement of those bond yields. Basically, if you're not going to commit to a July rate hike, why should we believe the average of a statement of economic projections by committee members?
We're going to chat here in a moment. We've got some very important stuff from some of the great academics across the nation. I'm going to feature Jason Furman here in a bit. If you're just joining us, we welcome you on radio, on television, worldwide. Tom Keenan, Lisa Abramowitz, Jonathan Farrell on assignment on one of 3 islands in Italy. I'm not sure which one is I think Capri.
How do you call vacation assignment? I don't understand this.
Because I'm American. We don't go on vacation. Although Farrell goes on holiday, which is a good and beautiful thing. We're going to have some great conversation coming up here in moments. Talia, do we have the Furman tweet here? I think this is too important, and it's in a good segue into Jeffrey Rosenberg here in a moment. Did we get that made? This is Jason Furman of Harvard, of course, with his public service to the nation, in teaching, I should say, Ec 10 at Harvard, which gives him great credit as well. The FOMC is signaling a baby step away from a belief in low equilibrium interest rates. The median long run FFR was unchanged 2.5, but the central tendency shifted up. And then all 3 of the lowest long-run dots shifted up. Expect more of this shift over time. Professor Furman of Harvard University. Joining us now, Jeffrey Rosenberg, Portfolio Manager of Systemic Multi-Strategy Fund at BlackRock. Oh, he's not good yet. Okay, we'll get to Jeffrey Rosenberg in a moment. Joining us now, our academic, Michael McKee here, which I thought, what was great, Mike, is for the first time in ages, someone had a ruder question than you, which I think was very good. Michael McKee, Jason Furman, I think, with a summary here of the history that, Mike, I heard in your voice at 2 o'clock. This is an extraordinary moment, Mike. Is this where the Fed begins to shift where we're heading up to where former Vice Chair Clarida says so, that Jason Furman alludes to, that finally we're beginning to find a new level above 2%?
Well, it may be. The issue there is going to be how long it takes inflation to come down, which is sort of the genesis of the question that I asked in terms of whether it's time or data that's going to make a difference. I think a lot of what went into today's decision was the Reserve Bank of Australia and the Bank of Canada took rate moves off the table, and the markets were then shocked when they had to come back and raise rates again. So they don't know if they're going to need to raise rates again. They think if nothing changes that they may need to. They're giving themselves that flexibility. They don't want markets to price in the end of tightening or any kind of rate reductions in the near term. But Powell seemed to indicate that while they have these two rate moves priced into their dot plot, it doesn't mean they're necessarily going to do them. They will see what happens with inflation, with the economy going forward. So July may be live, as he said, but if we don't see a lot of change, I think you're going to see a lot of people leaning towards the idea of the Fed holding again.
That I thought was really interesting, and you asked a great question, which he did not answer. He really just kept saying, look at the statement of economic projections, look at the dot plot. How much were we witnessing a tension between Jay Powell as an individual representative on the FOMC versus the committee, which is significantly more hawkish than he is?
I think it's going to be very interesting, Lisa, to listen to what Fed officials have to say over the coming weeks, because if you had asked where we would get dissents at this meeting, we would have said, and I think everybody on Wall Street would have said, from the hawkish members. But now it appears that the hawks led the way, Powell going in, Jefferson going in, and Williams going in, essentially leaning towards the pause and leaning perhaps more dovish than others. So what was it that drew them into this idea of an additional two rate moves if they indeed joined in? It's hard to imagine Powell not doing it, but there were some dots below the new median. But, it does seem that the group as a whole grew more hawkish. So what brought that on, and is there division? Was there division, or did we all kind of misread it? It's going to be interesting to listen to their speeches in the next couple of weeks.
Agreed, and he even indicated that. Listen to their speeches, and they'll tell you what they think. Michael McKee, thank you so much, as always, for your terrific work. And just sort of saying, right now, we are seeing that lift reignite in equities. NASDAQ up 0.3% as you really reassess the commitment that this FOMC truly has to raise rates next month.
And critically, and this is perfect to go to Jeffrey Rosenberg on the VIX, which is in the equity space. This is the volatility measurement around the Standard & Poor's 500 burst down to a constructive 13.98. Boy, have we taken the volatility out of the equity markets here. And of course, Jeff Rosenberg, that's part of his view as a systemic multi-strategy fund manager for BlackRock. He's been so wonderful to be with Surveillance here for a good amount of time. Jeff, I'm going to go to the history right now. We'll get to the VIX in a moment and what it means for the yield space. Professor Furman at Harvard says today's a sea change. And finally, we're getting the verbiage from our central bank to get away from what, I'm going to associate this with John Taylor, where we had a run rate under 2%, 1.8, 1.7%. We used 2% as a language. And finally, we're going to start admitting we're going to come down to something above 2%. Is that what hawkish meant today?
It could be part of that, Tom. That's a huge deal long run, because it implies that a lot more space for the Fed to reach its terminal rate, because the real neutral rate is higher than anticipated. I'm not sure that's so clear. I think that's an interesting read. I think what's really clear here in the market reaction is the Fed, marked to market and upgraded its assessment of the economy. And, that's good news. In some sense, this is about, really pushing back hard against the recession consensus, the recession expectations from consensus in terms of economics. And consistent refrain all year long that it's just around the corner. It's just around the corner. Not around the corner. And yes, you've got the Fed who's got to push back against that. But for the kind of back and forth financial markets, it's a little bit about, hey, this economy is a little bit more resilient. And Powell admitted it. It's been much more resilient to the 500 basis points than they expected, than anyone expected, both in terms of the economy and
Jeff, to me, this is a foundational moment, and your colleague Wei Li nailed this a couple days ago, and that there just seems to be a resilience here that deserves a higher interest rate structure. Did we get wrong the recession idea? in the sense that for whatever reason, technology, demographics, the other factors Blanchard talks about, that this is just simply a much more resilient American economy that we have to deal with in finance?
Yeah, and resilient to what? Resilient to interest rate sensitivity, right? Got done talking about housing, interest rate sensitive sectors. They're the fastest to respond. Yes, we've seen that. What we haven't seen is the rest of the economy. And so what that might imply is a lot less interest rate sensitivity to tightening and higher interest rates than is expected. And so either you need a lot more, and what's really missing here is the admission that you need to do a lot more damage to the labor markets to really rein in that inflation. Otherwise, you're going to be living with a lot longer, more persistent inflation than a lot of the forecasts, including the Fed and these updated SAP, are implying.
Jeff, do you believe Fed Chair Jay Powell that this Fed is going to go twice more?
I think twice more is not too high of a bar. I think the market had one more. A little bit of the surprise in the SEP here is that you've got two more. I don't really think that's the surprise. I think the surprise is what I was just sort of implying, that if indeed you don't see inflation respond more aggressively, and to Tom's first question, if indeed the real neutral rate is much higher than what Williams was just highlighting in a recent speech,
yes,
and what people think is, no change from the pre-COVID environment, then that terminal rate is much higher, not 50 basis points, but hundreds of basis points. And that would end up being a big surprise. I'm not saying that's where we're going, but the longer that you don't see the response in labor markets, in inflation, the more the data is telling you that you're not tight in terms of policy. And to get tight, you got to go much higher.
If that's the case, then why are equity markets up right now? Why is the NASDAQ actually gaining stability and then some, even on the heels of projected further tightening?
So I think, there's a big story around the NASDAQ and some concentration issues around stocks. Tech is back as sort of the safe haven and the safe place to go. So you have a little bit of that issue. It's not a high breadth market move.
Hold on a second. But Jeff, I'm sorry to interrupt, and I realize this is difficult. But this is important because it's not just what it has been doing. It is in response to what we saw today, that as Jay Powell started to talk, and as he was basically saying they have not committed to a July rate hike, you saw a real enthusiasm kind of percolate up. Doesn't that tell you something more than just simply AI hype?
Well, it is more than that. And what I was going to extend that is it's back to what is the safe haven for equity investors. The safe haven is large cap tech. And so you've added a few new semiconductor companies in that list. We got new funny acronyms to describe that new equity market concentration. But it's about, where do I go when I'm uncertain? I go into these large cap companies because that's what's safe. If you want to see the broader economic impact, then you got to look at Russell 2000. You got to look at small caps. And you see a big gap in that performance today. I think that's where you see much more about the economic sensitivity and where the vulnerability is. Thank you very much for pulling that up. And that's where you see the disconnect. And that's where I think you can square somewhat of the, Fed's got to do more. That's not so good for the economy. Okay, so that's not so good for the movement into economic sensitive stuff. If you run this back a little bit further from the beginning of the month, from the end of May payrolls, you see Russell was actually leading the stock markets. And so this kind of rotation is about, all right, I go back to my safe haven. It's just my safe haven in this new world is large cap tech. It's not the Fed's raising rates. And so this is where you see market dynamics go. I think it's all very consistent.
Jeff Rosenberg, thank you so much. Today with BlackRock on a busy afternoon. We want to get Michael McKee in here for one more question before we get to Dr. Carpenter as well. Mike, I'm going to assume the dots of 2025 sprawl from Bullard to Goolsby. What are we going to hear in the next Fed Speak Derby? How do all these speakers deal with a hawkish statement?
Well, I think, Tom, first of all, you throw out the 2025 dots because those are just sort of darts on a board. They don't
May
have
we
any
quote
idea.
you on that?
Yes, you may. They don't have any idea where we're going to be in 2025. They don't know about 2024. As Powell admitted today, the economy has surprised with its strength this year, and we got these surprising move in the dot plot this time. So I wouldn't look that far out, but I think what you do want to say is that we're going to see who can define what it would take for them to move again. Obviously, Austin Goolsbee probably doesn't want to do very much, but if the Fed is going to move, if Jim Bullard is going to move, is it going to be that time question, the fact that inflation doesn't come down, or is it going to be the fact that inflation goes back up again? That's what they need to find out.
Based on this question that Tom was rightly asking, are you seeing this shift as evidenced by some of these projections? And even what we heard from Jay Powell, are they moving the terminal rate higher than what we've come accustomed to?
Well, yes, I think they are. They do think that we could go to as much as 5 3/4% or 6%. The issue is if they start to get that high, what second round effects are there? And so they're going to be reluctant to move, but they want to leave that possibility open because the economy has been so strong, and they don't think that it is going to react as it has in the past. And one interesting thing today is by moving up to 1% for a GDP growth figure this year, they're implicitly pricing out a recession. So while Powell says the risks are still onto the upside for inflation, they're not to the downside anymore, at least as far as the Fed is concerned, it seems, with going too far, tightening too much, and sending the economy into contraction.
Michael McKee, thank you so much. Really, really exceptional there, reporting this out at 2 o'clock and how original this statement was today. Mr. McKee in charge of all of our economic coverage. We finished strong, Lisa, with the right guest.
With someone who has extensive experience at the Federal Reserve and beyond in government, making some of these decisions and seeing the mechanics of it. Someone who currently heads the economics team as global chief economist at Morgan Stanley, Seth Carpenter, joining us now. And I am curious your reaction. Why are markets up if the Fed is shifting upward its expectation of terminal rates?
Yeah, I think there was a lot to unpack there. I think, Lisa, I was listening to the show earlier, and you pointed out that Powell was unwilling to commit to July. He called it a live meeting, which I think makes sense, but he didn't want to lock himself in. And I think the equity market might be saying, gosh, maybe we got off easy. There could have been an even more hawkish outcome. Look what happened with the dots. And now Powell is saying, okay, that's not baked in the cake. So I think your analysis earlier was pretty spot on.
At this point, was that a failure at a time when inflation has been sticky? Or is the Fed seeing something that perhaps others are overlooking in terms of how quickly this economy is seeing disinflation?
I wouldn't call it a failure, and I don't know that they're seeing something that other people aren't. I think one way you can interpret the rates market reaction, which is, say, not fully pricing in what the dot plot says, is the market understands that the Fed's decisions will be dependent on the incoming data, and I don't think the market shares the view that inflation is going to be nearly as high as what the Fed's written down. Their forecast for core PCE inflation at the end of this year went up by a sizable amount. Looking at my colleague Ellen Zentner and her team's forecast for CPI inflation, just the next print that we get next month, it's going to be really, really hard to get anywhere close to the Fed's core inflation forecast for this year. And so if we're right, and if the market's right on where inflation is going to go for the next print, boy, the committee probably will be singing a different tune. And I think that's part of what's going on. Powell actually, I think, did a reasonably good job keeping that hawkish option there while not having a hike at this meeting.
It's original territory, to say the least. Folks, it's not a cliche. This is not something Seth Carpenter was taught at Princeton by a guy named Bernanke and Alan Blinder and other greats of Princeton. Dr. Carpenter, I look at where we are, and if I can state it is original territory, it's in some form original economics. Do we just simply have to really start thinking of a higher R-star, as Jeff Rosenberg said, maybe away from what John Williams codified a few weeks ago?
I'm not convinced that we have enough information yet to get there. And in fact, any estimation that gets done of R star, it just takes so many years of data to get any sort of precision on it. And the committee really has to make decisions at a meeting by meeting basis. So they're going to do in practice what all of those fancy statistical techniques do, which is look at the data and ask the question, given where the interest rate is now, is inflation rising or falling? Is the economy slowing or speeding up? And if the answer is inflation's coming down a bit and the economy is slowing down a bit, then you just conclude we're above R star. It's literally as simple as that. And in real time, it is the best that they can do.
I first met Ellen Zentner in her true expertise of measuring the American consumer. I believe I saw a Fed today walk greatly away from a recession call. Maybe we'll see contraction slow down in some form of stagnation, who knows. But Dr. Carpenter, if I look at Ellen Zentner's study of the American consumer, the great miscall of the last 6 months is this is a good economy. We are buoyant. We are spending money. Do you see any amendment of that today? I mean, can we believe in that forward, that it's a better than good economy?
So good is in the eye of the beholder a bit. I mean, the unemployment rate is quite low. We've had spending hold up. But I would just stress, we have had here at Morgan Stanley since the beginning of this rate hiking cycle, a call that we would get a soft landing. We think inflation is coming down. We think inflation will continue to come down. But we have never had as a baseline forecast that the U.S. economy would go into recession. And I feel really comfortable that we had that view before, that we're sticking to that view now.
Jeff Rosenberg had an interesting comment when he was looking at the outperformance of the NASDAQ, as per usual these days, seeing gains on both the S&P and the NASDAQ, and then looking at nearly a % loss on the Russell 2000. And basically this goes into the haven stocks. The haven assets are the big companies, and the smaller ones are being increasingly left behind. Even if we do get a soft landing, how is that dynamic going to rejigger the haves and the have-nots in corporate America?
I think there's just a whole set of cross currents going on here. And as we often like to say, the economy is not the market and the market is not the economy. We do think there's still more slowing to happen. There's probably going to be a little bit more slowing going on in some of the good sectors than in the services sector. And so that's going to change a bit who the winners and the losers are. We do think Europe is going to be slow as well. And so those companies that are exposed to the rest of the world through exports are probably going to fare a bit differently than those that are just domestically focused. So I think it is a very, very tricky time now for investors to try to parse out just from the headline macro numbers what it's going to mean for the individual components of the equity market.
Are you seeing signs, Seth, of material disinflation on the wage front at a time when Jay Powell did talk about the fact that there was some sort of right sizing or in the balance between supply and demand for labor? Are you seeing signs that there is going to be a significant drop off, or is this an area that remains sticky even as you see disinflation in goods?
So two critical points that I would make here. One is we have been just pounding the table for quite some time that the labor market is tight, but it's tight in the sense that there actually there's a bit of a shortage of workers relative to the amount of economic activity. So we can get the economy to slow down without there having to be a whole wave of layoffs. And that's part of our thesis for a soft landing. And I think Powell sort of nodded in that direction by pointing out that vacancies are coming down, hirings are coming down, but firings are not really going up a lot. So I think that's the first point. The second point that I think is very much worth emphasizing, however, and Jay Powell was asked about this a little bit. He referred to the Bernanke and Blanchard paper, but we have been saying now for several quarters in a row, people overestimate how critical wage inflation is for the resulting consumer price inflation. They are clearly correlated, but most of the direction of causality is from consumer prices to wages. I am not worried about the current setting of wage inflation being the thing that drives inflation higher.
Mrs. Carpenter, I've got 2.5 minutes left. Let's look at the heritage of Morgan Stanley economics. Steve Roach invented it. You followed on with great international economics. You come down the ramp at the Hong Kong airport, and there are the two billboards as Morgan Stanley greets you to China, greets you to Hong Kong, and certainly it changed Hong Kong now. Our Secretary of State will visit China. That is in the news today. And the great mystery is the strength of the Chinese economy and what it means for America. What is the reporting of Morgan Stanley on the strength of the Chinese economy?
Well, we remain reasonably upbeat about the outlook for Chinese economic growth this year, and it has been such a roller coaster over time. We were bullish on China a bit before the market was, and then the market got way over its skis when the first quarter data came out and the opening up process started happening. Now I see lots of people getting super bullish on China, and our view is and has been it will be domestic spending leading the way. It will be domestic spending on services. That's the biggest part of it. And if and when the rest of the economy starts to weaken, as we have started to see for some Q2 data, there's going to be some policy support coming out to keep the housing market from collapsing again, to keep infrastructure from being a drag on the economy. But no two ways about it, we think China is going to far exceed its official 5% growth rate target this year.
Seth Carpenter, thank you so much for taking the time, as always, and we look forward to catching up with you throughout the weeks ahead as we continue to contemplate the pace of disinflation and the nexus of China, which is actually really interesting, this idea that any stimulus could then reignite some of the growth that people have been looking for.
And it goes right over to the ramifications of the ESB. Good afternoon, folks. It's Surveillance here for 15 hours. And what it goes over to, Lisa, here is the ECB and how they react to a hawkish Fed.
Right. The idea of a hawkish skip, a super hawkish skip. Over to you, Christine Lagarde. Tomorrow we will hear from her. Here's the score in markets. The NASDAQ still maintaining a gain up 0.1%. The S&P down about 0.1%. But I keep going back to what Jeff Rosenberg had to say about the Russell 2000. There you're seeing a material decline, regardless of any potential optimism about perhaps fewer rate hikes or a tempered Fed. That is where you're seeing it sell off almost 1% as people take a look at smaller companies and how much they're going to struggle.
Or they take a look at big companies, as we showed Apple earlier, buttressed right up against those recent highs, a little bit away from being a $3 trillion company. And to me, it's, again, I go back to my arch theme, two Americas, the haves and the have-nots. And, of course, Chairman Powell trying to speak to both parts of our economy. Let's be honest, there's a huge part of America flat on their back.
Which really is perhaps the reason why he started with saying our dual mandates. They want to support employment. They want to bring inflation down. That was a nod, perhaps, to some of the political pressures.
We're looking at the markets now, the Dow, negative 266. The VIX is really interesting with a 13 handle here, 14.01 on the VIX. The market close here will be very, very interesting. A good minutes away, 15 minutes away from that. What we're going to give you, of course, is more reaction to the Fed decision, what it means for the American economy. Torsten Slok has been absolutely on fire at Apollo. He will join Jay Barry, co-head of U.S. rate strategies at J.P. Morgan, and we're thrilled to close out with our team here on a Fed Decides Day with Ethan Harris, Bank of America head of Global Economic Research. We need to say thank you to all of you, and particularly John Farrow on assignment. We'll see you in July. The Fed Decides. Good morning.
Business Week Radio, live weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Eastern.
We got a little bit of talking.
Come on, are you guys ready? Harnessing the power of Bloomberg Business Week, Carol Masser and Tim Stanovic bring you the latest news from the worlds of business, technology, politics, and more.
How does the Fed play into this and what the Fed does potentially?
This is so exhausting and this is so all-encompassing.
Listen on Bloomberg Radio and streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramowitz.
It was unimaginable that we would see rates move this fast. That was not in the realm of thinking.
Just the timeline of what they knew and when they knew it. Why didn't they do anything about it?
When do we have to see the kill? It's always for the Fed to respond to it. And this is really the tension.
Be informed.
You cannot be overly data dependent. You've got to have a view of where you're going.
Be prepared.
I think the earnings season might actually be the positive surprise that people are not expecting.
Be ahead of the game.
Certainly the beginning of something we need to keep an eye on.
And that, I think, is really going to be an interesting takeaway from this moment.
You go all birds on us and you say, turn, turn, turn. Is that what we're doing right now?
Yeah, the big question coming into this year for us was, when is that turn going to be?
What a fantastic conversation.
The news you need.
The president's calling on manufacturers to make more in America. It is working, and it's reflected in these jobs numbers.
The analysis you trust.
How do you take this anecdotal data and say, really, just focus on the now, because that is going to tell you where we're going?
What is the measurement of uncertainty that we have in studying the American economy?
Milton Friedman had said there are long and variable lags in the impact of monetary policy. But man, it's a long slog.
The best way to start your day.
People are tuning into this program on a daily basis.
Oh, come on, it makes for good TV.
Let's move on.
Bloomberg Surveillance, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. Eastern. Bloomberg UK, your source for news and analysis covering the biggest challenges facing the UK government, economy, financial services, and markets.
Tax cuts should not be the priority. It's about a credible plan for growth over the next 2-3 years.
In this post-Brexit world, how do you see actually servicing your clients?
It was disruptive, and it's going to have implications to how capital raising works.
Now we're having the perfect storm in the UK.
Watch Francine Lacqua Thursdays at 9:30 a.m. only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
After 10 straight meetings with 10 straight hikes, the Fed finally hitting pause. Just don't call it a skip. The countdown to the close begins. I'm Romaine Bostic.
And I'm Katie Greifeld.
Interesting market moves on the back, Katie Greifeld, of what we saw out of that Fed statement at 2, what we saw out of that press conference at 2:30. You put it all together here, and a market now really having to digest the future, a future that I think may be a little bit less certain than what had been priced in before. An S&P 500 now down about 0.4% here on the day. But take a look at some of the individual movers there. We still see strength in chip stocks. You still see strength in tech, as well as in some of the discretionary names. But you see Citigroup down 1% here on the day. Some concerns about the banking sector there. You see the home builders also down. In fact, a lot of the rate-sensitive sectors moving lower here on the day. And, of course, a complete collapse that we've seen in the oil space. And then you brought this up a little bit earlier behind the scenes here. The moves that we've been seeing in insurers like Humana, like United Health, concern about higher medical costs.
And, of course, this market action comes after we heard from the man himself. Fed President Jerome Powell spoke after the rate decision about the challenges of bringing down inflation.
Inflation pressures continue to run high, and the process of getting inflation back down to 2% has a long way to go. Despite elevated inflation, longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. We are strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% objective.
Well, for more, I'm pleased to say we have Torsten Slok, Apollo chief economist, here on set with us. And Torsten, the mood going into this meeting was that the Fed was basically going to give us a hawkish hold. When you think about what we got in terms of the dot plot, what we heard from Jerome Powell in the press conference, did they achieve that?
Well, I think they succeeded in what we expected, namely delivering a hawkish skip, because they did signal very strongly that more rate hikes are coming. But the market reaction, obviously, in particular during the press conference, reversed a good deal of that. So from a market perspective, they for sure are trying to tell us that core inflation is too high, and it was emphasized several times by Jay Powell that core inflation has been too high for the last 6 months. But it's very clear that the markets are still chewing on that message and trying to figure out if that is actually also how they will be delivering things later this year.
Well, let's take a step back. Okay, we're 5 to 5 1/4 right now. This was a unanimous decision. Everyone's focused on that dot plot. 18 policymakers, 12 of them basically penciling in rates to be above basically what the market had already priced in, above the current forecast that they had, or at least from the previous dot plot. If that is the case, if those 12 members, a majority, believe that, why pause at this meeting?
I agree, it is a bit of a puzzle. And also, why call the next meeting a live meeting? He could have said much more clearly, we expect to hike rates at the next meeting. But this whole idea that time has to be straightened out before we can think about when we want to hike, in particular, with all the rate hikes in the pipeline slowing GDP growth down. If you deliver the rate hikes very late in the year, that seems very odd from the simple perspective that the rate hikes are already having a negative impact on the interest rate sensitive parts of GDP.
So then when you heard his comment about the idea of speed, the idea that they had to be speedy in starting this rate hiking cycle, the argument he seems to be making now is that you can downshift. Maybe you do something at a slower pace, but doesn't that sort of belie the whole idea about the lagged effects?
Because, exactly, Romain, because as you just said, if you think that inflation is too high today, you should probably be hiking rates today. So I think that the challenge really here is to say we'll get a lot more rate hikes. There was a lot of disagreement in terms of how many more rate hikes we'll get, but basically everyone says we'll have a lot more rate hikes. And if we do get 2, 3, even 4 more rate hikes, well, if there is so much worry today, why not just hike rates today?
Well, let's talk about why they might have to keep going on this rate hiking path, even if you want to call today a skip or a pause. But I thought it was interesting. Powell said at one point that the key to getting wage inflation down is the looser labor market. And of course, the labor market resilience has been one of the mysteries, one of the really interesting parts of this cycle. When you look at that, do you see evidence that we're in a wage price spiral?
The surprise has been up to this point that the labor market is still so strong. The main reason for that is that there's still a lot of savings left that were accumulated during the pandemic. So during the pandemic, we threw $5 trillion in fiscal policy, $5 trillion expansion in Fed balance sheet, and that $10 trillion is still out there supporting consumption and therefore supporting how many people fly on airplanes, stay at hotels, go to restaurants, and therefore supporting inflation, in particular in services. He did emphasize repeatedly that service sector inflation remains just too elevated. So therefore, to your question, I think the risk going forward is that they are simply not raising rates enough compared to the stickiness in inflation that they're worried about. And therefore, the timing issue of, well, if you are so worried about inflation today, well, they should be hiking rates today. It does seem slightly odd that they therefore took a pause or a skip or whatever they did exactly today.
Well, let's talk about the other side of that, which is the possibility of cuts. Again, we heard from Powell himself saying that talking about a couple years out for rate cuts, there was some potential confusion over that comment versus the dot plot. But in terms of what the catalyst for a rate cut would be, does it necessarily have to be the U.S. entering a recession?
So I think he's just trying to say, because he also asked how much demand destruction would potentially be needed. Do we need a recession, essentially, was the question, to get inflation to come down. But what's really interesting about his comment was, we should in markets look at that and say he is basically saying the cost of capital are going to stay higher potentially for what he called a couple of years. And if that's the case, that means that tech, growth, venture capital is, of course, under more pressure if the cost of financing is going to stay higher. So that's why the market reaction in NASDAQ today is quite surprising in my view, because markets should be worried that rates are going to stay more elevated for longer as a result of him clearly saying we're not going to cut rates, definitely not this year, and maybe not even before we get at the earliest to the middle of next year.
There's a question about whether those rates stay elevated for longer. There's also a question just about economic conditions that, in theory, I guess, would drive that here. When you look at the projections going out for the unemployment rate, for GDP, et cetera, here, the Fed projections here, is that in line with your view? Are you comfortable with them?
Yeah, I think that what they changed their view to today is essentially saying the tailwind from excess savings in the economy are still here. That's why, exactly as you're saying, they lowered the unemployment unemployment rate, and they lower also and they raise the GDP forecast, and therefore basically say we got to keep rates higher for longer. And I think that's the right way of looking at it. We have all been surprised that we have not gotten the recession. Remember the recession, if on my Bloomberg screen I type ECFC go, was predicted already since October. So we've been waiting for, oh, the wolf is coming, and the wolf hasn't still arrived. And I think that the correction that they did in the SEP today was to say, you know what, the wolf still hasn't arrived, so maybe we do need to signal very strongly that rates are going to stay high.
We only have about 15 seconds. Are you still baking in the prospect of an economic recession this year in your models?
So the consensus is saying we'll clearly have a recession this year, and I think we will have a recession this year. And that will, the question be, will that be enough to get inflation to come down? How sticky is inflation? But I do still think that the recession is coming.
Torsten, always great to catch up with you. Torsten Slok over at Apollo, helping us to wrap up what has been a very historic day here. 10 straight rate hikes that we've gotten over the course of the past year. Katie Greifeld, at least for now, that is on pause. We are counting you down to the closing bell. Full market coverage as we take you to the bell and beyond.
Beyond the Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostick alongside Katie Greifeld. We're counting you down to the closing bell, and here to help take us beyond the bell, our friends Matt Miller and Carol Master. Welcome to our audiences across Bloomberg Television, Radio Originals, and our partnership with YouTube. Carol Master, we came into today knowing that this was going to be a pivotal day when it comes to monetary policy. We were expecting a pause. We got it. But certainly now, a lot of debate about what they do next.
Yeah, we're just talking with Liz Young over at SoFi, and she's like, you kind of could have made the argument for pause, cut, rate increase, like for a lot of things at this meeting. At this point now, I'm already thinking about July. But what I'm concerned about, what Jay Powell said in terms of rate cuts, that's a few years in the making. And that to me says an awful lot about at least the Fed outlook at this point, Matt.
It does to me seem strange that they weren't data dependent at this meeting, right? Because the data was hot. So if they had been, it would have been a hike. They do say they're going to continue to be data dependent, but when asked which data they're focused on, they said, we'll know it when we see it, which is a little bit worrisome, right? If the Federal Reserve can't really clarify the data points that they're watching, or at least they don't want to. They are still saying that the risk is to the upside for inflation, even though they added 2 hikes to the dot plot for this year. So it's interesting. They raised their inflation forecasts, they added 2 hikes, and they're still concerned about risk to the upside.
And just because I say skip doesn't mean it's a skip.
Well, and he made that clear, despite his Freudian skip that he had a little bit earlier here. We should point out they did actually raise their economic projections for GDP here. So maybe a case, I guess, if you want to sort of play devil's advocate here, that this economy and maybe the markets can withstand yet another rate increase later this year. Meanwhile, the markets appear to take it in stride. A bit of a round trip here, even though a lot of oscillations throughout the day. The Dow Jones Industrial Average lower by 200 points, or 0.7%. The S&P 500 is effectively going to close the day unchanged, but in the green, 43.72 and change, while the NASDAQ Composite up by more than 50 points, or about 0.4%. Meanwhile, the Russell 2000, that was a laggard for all day long, and it remains a laggard here at the close, down 1.2%.
Yeah, and I wonder, Romaine, if that's kind of telling in terms of the small caps and what